Took a little nap. I was tired. It was a long week at work. We're gonna. I'm gonna do my dailies, and one thing I just got through doing was Q's trials. I need, as you see, I need the rods for uh, my Romulan ship. Okay, I set out some miners. They've been out for a while. I went to grab me something to eat. I never really got there. I went and laid down after we got through doing this stream. I told you I was kind of wiped a little bit, and I just fell asleep. So I still haven't ate yet. So I went to the grocery store, got some food, got something going in the microwave right now. And let's see, we got pretty much all of our dailies to do. And then we're gonna go do some augments grinding. See if we can finish getting the shards we need for what's his name. Okay, let's see what we got here. So this was, regardless what happens here, we had a pretty good weekend. I put an Enterprise D up for cooking right now, so I'm gonna go ahead and finish it out using the speed ups. And what I'm gonna do here to score for the mat event, I'm gonna see how far I can take an Enterprise D from scratch. I'm gonna go ahead and put this one in this slot right here. And we're gonna go to where I've just built it. Here we go. Let's see what we can do with this. All the first of it's all gonna be commons. For the most part. Okay, we'll use some lat to tear it up. I think I'm gonna leave the level, wait for incursions, and go ahead and use it for that event there. I've got a couple of ships I can do to help my alliance, because I don't know how active I'm gonna be. If it's gonna be on a Friday, I don't know if they're doing it in multi-days like they used to. But here are a couple, they've been doing it the same. If it's Friday, next week is my long week, so I gotta work on Saturday night, so incursions is not gonna be I'm not gonna be able to be a big player for that this time around. A lot of common. I don't remember it being this easy when I was at this level. Well, you know what I need to do? Not spend any lat. We don't have to. I got all the speed ups in the world. I probably didn't at the time. I mean, I had a bunch, but not like what I got now, because I don't use them. I've got piles of them. That's what we're gonna do here. We're gonna go here and just speed it up using the speed ups instead of using lat. I should have done that before. Help me get rid of them. I heard someone said that they're talking about now that they're almost going to go to G7, that they're going to have a way that we can convert some of these speed ups. I'll believe it when I see it. It just helps me get rid of some of these mats too. I mean, I was like 100 away from having enough blueprints, so I went ahead and used what I had. You saw I had a crap load of Federation deal, and I used a little bit of lat to get the last ones. But I kind of would like to place as high as I can in this one. And you can see I got tons of 5-star stuff. It looks like I might come close to tearing this sucker out without using any really using any resources. Stuff I don't need. I'll just have another thing when they do finally bring 5-star. I'll have an Enterprise D I can tear up. Again, we'll use these speed ups so we don't have to use lat. So I'm all the way to tier 9. I'm not even coming close to exhausting my supply of these materials. So yeah, guys, we're trying to see where did this go? I don't see my volume anywhere. Where did it go? I know that let's see, where's my, usually it's on the side here. Let's look at the overlays. Okay, where's this? I'm trying to remember what this called here. Options, picture-in-picture, window. Here we go. Sound levels, where's that at? It just went behind something, I think. Oh, there it is right there. Okay, yeah, I got a good sound level going. See, I had it right here before. I need to move this around where I had it. It got moved somehow. What? Don't do that crap. No. I just want to move it. Now the screen's way too big. See if I can find a. There we go. That's making it smaller. Put it right where it needs to be, right there. Oh, why is it doing that? Okay, now I'm going to close all these other windows that are up here. I don't know how they got up here. Let's see if I can minimize that one. Won't let me. Okay, let's go ahead and rearrange. Our comments go right there. This overlay goes there. I don't know how it got changed up. Because this one can be smaller. There. And that one can just fit like that, because I don't need it. And I doubt I'll ever use this. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and just close that window and just use this window. I'm going to move this down. I can move it right there. I can, yeah, that'll work. Let's see if we can now extend it. There we go. That's better. All right, let's go back and finish this Enterprise D. See, that's the one thing you can do. That's what I've been doing. Now, if there's if they would have used the space station like we thought they were going to do, where we could gift stuff to our alliance member, I would give this to some Ops 60 player. let him just worry about the other part of it. Wow, I can't believe this. I'm going to be able to, looks like I'm going to be able to go to completely tier 1 out and never really tap into any resource that matters. God, I wish it was this easy the first time around. Yeah, but then I was using five-star stuff for everything, so having the mats and everything was just sort of like now, you know. You got pretty much have to choose where you're going to upgrade your station or your ship. Not be done with it. Let's see. Well, you guys just saw me tear up a complete Enterprise D without. I mean, I've screwed up and used some Malat on the very first tiers, but then I just used resources that I already had, and let's see how much that scored me. There's one of these events going on. That's got me ahead of the curve points. Let's see. All right, guys, let's look and see what we got, where we're at on this event, and where it puts me. Okay. So let's put our regular ship back in here. What we had the cube. We'll put our big one on. Okay, now we need to. Let's see what I need to before we go into the regular daily stuff. I need to see where I'm at in these 5G Armada. I'm a 6G solo Armadas. Oh, I didn't ever make this claim today because I never re-rolled. I just used what was showed. As y'all guys saw. Okay, let's see. So we need to go to the Alliance. Okay, an Epic's up for grabs. I probably do have one, but I got to use both my cubes. So we're going to have to switch this for the other cube. And I need to switch the ship before the crew. Okay, swap ship. Go there. And all right, so let's put manage. We're going to put Cisco's crew in here. And go ahead and just load these up with high level ones that are not going to be inside the PvP. And put con there. Put that one there. Okay, now we go group. Okay, now let's go to the other cube and we'll put our Armada crew in. Okay. And we can just leave Badgie in there. It's not going to make any difference. Okay. So we're going to go. I'm gonna go in Fed space actually. So we're going to go gonna be in 70 space. I believe it's gonna be in Shannon. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take one up there, see if make sure I do have direct as I should. But it's always safer to be sorry, not waste 2 jumps and find out I don't have any directives up here. And I got enough to do 2, so we're gonna do both of them. And go to and jump. I don't need it, but I probably should have max fortified in case I don't get a chance to do some Crenum tonight. But I really need to do some of those. Either tonight or today. Okay, we'll use the cutting beam to get rid of that. Let's see if there's another 69, yeah. Okay, now let's go on to the next one. And joint, go to. I haven't tried it since I got the cube, but all 2 of them all the way up, but I could almost do a rare by solo before I tiered it up. I just have had want to take a chance on wasting the directives. Because this barely charges this second cube up at all. Okay, so let's see if we can find another more 69s. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's see if we can find another one. There's one. Go to the other one. Beam. Let's see if we can find one more. Okay, let's go ahead and send this one home. Gosh, come on, one more spawn out. We need one more. I'll tell you what. We'll just go down. We'll just go down a system, and we'll see what this. We'll see what this mission is too. That's popped up there. Let's see what this we got right there. Well, that counted for that at least. Oh yeah, those are all. Well, no, those 69s counted for that. The 70s. I don't know whether the Armadas count as because they were 70, so they should count for the dailies. And I'll probably pop right. We'll see what's in. I should have looked harder when I was in there. I saw a few 71s in there. All right, let's see if we can get one more. And if there's any 70s in here, I'll pop them until I die. There's a 69 right there. Is there any 70s in here? Yeah, let's go get it. There's another one. I'm probably gonna die on it, but probably more so from the hazard. I'm surprised. Let's see if I can get this before it blows up. Nope. Okay, so I did do some stuff towards the daily. Okay, so smart speed up. Done. Okay, let's go ahead and switch to our PvE crew. And I'm gonna try something here. I know I've got the Kirk brothers, but like I said, oh, she's in the other ship. Dang it. I put Janeway down there just to stuff some stats in the other one. Okay, we'll just go ahead and use our regular crew. I don't want to wait for it to come back. We'll jump. Because we probably usually takes 2 jumps to get clear this daily now. We got one right there. There's 2. And I also updated that artifact. I decided to go ahead and use my tokens. Well, we're supposed to be able to do 5 of them now. That'll come up handy here in a few minutes. There's a bunch of 70s in there. I might have a chance to finish this out before here my food's ready. I need to go get it out of here, but I'm gonna go ahead and wait till this is over with. We'll go ahead and mark this one. Q attack. Oh, so I went all the way up there, damn it. Okay, I didn't do it in time. I thought I was going to get it in time where I could get them. But I have a chance to finish this, I think. Let's go ahead and see how many we've already finished those already. Okay, let's go in here. Oh, I need to do one more Q's. I thought I got all 5 of them. So I'm about halfway there. Okay. Let's go and see if there's any more 70 that I don't have marked. Here's 1, 2, 3 more. Q, Q, and Q. There's one. We'll Q it as soon as that one gets. Let's see. Is there another one that's not queued in here yet? No, I got them all queued right now. I was gonna use a cutting beam on. I might still be able to do that. Let's see. No, it won't let me because I got it queued. I'm hoping one will spawn that's not queued. Oh, here's a 71. And here's a 70. He's in battle. He won't let me do it when I'm in battle. So we know both of these have got cutting beams or beamed, so I can let it do its thing and use the beam. We'll go ahead and cue that one. Come on. Okay, we'll beam that one. Okay. So what we got left here? So we still got to go back up there. We're gonna go to the other one, the other system. All right, we'll go to the other system. We'll should try Janeway the doctor here and see how good they do. Okay, we can fix both of these. We'll still Janeway the doctor off below deck on this one. Okay. They should be just straight out power. They're both powerful now. I can find them real easy by just not even do anything. Okay, so we got that. It should. All right, let's see. Jump. Alrighty. There's a 70 right there. Man, this is sparse. We may jump back in the other system. Because I only see one other 70, and it may not be worth flying all the way up there after it. We'll get these three, then go back where we came from. It's weird how it does that, where you get one that's full and let's do set course 1 minute. And sometimes you have to go back and forth, believe it or not, because you don't get enough. Why did it put me? No, I'm still in this system. Why? I told it to jump in the other system. Okay, I gotta get my mac and cheese out of the microwave here in a second. And I went to Kroger. They had, I like that they got Simply Apple, Simply Orange. They also got a Simply Peach. And that peach flavor is one of my favorites. You know. Now it shows I'm still live, but anybody watching the stream right now, say hello. Let me know that you're there. That's the one thing I don't like. Seem like input delay. For volume or the video, which one are you talking about? All right, let's see. Are you talking why it didn't fly into the system it was supposed to? Okay, here's some 71s. 71s. Let's find a 70 we can pop. Yeah, it looks like this one's not going to have a whole lot in it either. Dang. Okay. Where's that 70? Oh, that might have been one I already beamed before. It looked like it died. Because I popped that one and I got destroyed before I could charge it back up. That might have been it. So I'm waiting for this. There'll be like 2 will show up when it's ready to, when I've got enough to do it. Let's see. Dang it, I may have to go right back up there because I don't see. Well, there's a 71. Oh, yeah. Maybe it did that. Cool. All right, well, go ahead and get it popped. I don't like wasting the beam. I've got full cargo holes, so I guess it really doesn't matter. Okay, I did get my dailies done. Those 3 came up. That's going to be for the Romulan, Klingon, and just the general one. And you want all 3 of them because he's got really good stuff in the other one. I'm done. I'm just going to let it fly back. Well, stop. We'll kill it off because it'll be faster that way. I'll just hit some hostiles until it dies. And again, it's not really these ships. It's more the hazard that's killing it. Okay, there we go. All right. So we're done with that. Let's see, what else do we need to do? I think we might need to go to freebooters. I mean, I've got enough right now. All I gotta do is pull my ships off the mine nodes, and it'll be enough to go through there. Do I got freebooters left? Yeah. Yeah, freebooters, and I need to do Q's trials. Let's do the Q's trials first. That's why I thought the thing looked low when I redeemed those rods. I thought there would be more in there, and I was right. It was no, we need the Explorer. There we go. Okay, set course. Yeah, I don't like it. I moved in territory because we had a defense and I needed the loot. I usually don't like to do Q's trials in this. He's way OPC. Let's see, let's get the junker. Even though I really don't need this, but it's one of the alliances that we're not enemies with, but they're part of the group of ones that we are. So I don't get why they mark one set of guys hard rowing and not the other. All right. There's 60,000. Okay, let's recall that. And we get all the stuff that we get from this. I don't know, some of you are probably new to my stream. I'm not a big fan of the alliance dynamic in the game. I much rather have a deal where it would be more viable to be a solo player. I mean, you could just ignore a bunch of the part of the game and be solo, but unfortunately, it will hurt your game long term. I mean, now where I'm at right now, it probably wouldn't, but they just have too many things behind that wall for you to be able to be completely successful as a solo player. It limits you. Because I don't like the fact that I got other people tell me who's my enemy and who isn't in the game. That's number one. And I haven't yet met any admiral, even though the guy that's the admiral of this alliance is probably my best friend in the game. There are things that he does I don't like. Like, I would probably drop about 30 players off of this roster right now. If I was the yeah, I mean, I haven't. I've got my station up to the point where I'm not using it to buy speed ups right now, so it's piling up. And you can see I'm kind of conservative with it, where I could have usually, when I was tearing up that Enterprise D, I could have used it the whole time, and I didn't. Um, but I'm gonna just try to save it for what's next after the G6, because I guarantee it is gonna be brutal on the Latinum, because this was brutal on the Latinum here in G6. Because let's find something I got. Like if I wanted to speed this up right now, so I got 54 days, I could use whatever smart speed ups I have. But if I wanted to buy it right out, 54 is going to cost me 79.5 million in lat. And it was like that the whole time up here. And like if you look at my guide to go to 61, I put a amount of lat that you need to store it up before you go up, because what you need to do as soon as you do go to Ops 61 right here, you're gonna need to do your academy, your R&D, and your shipyard. I mean, right off the bat, and because you're gonna need that Selkie. You're gonna need that Selkie from the second that you go Ops 61, because you've got to have it to be able to mine some of these Sigma resources. Now the mats, you probably already got some that you stored up already, but but for the Sigma, you're not gonna have hardly crap, if any, and you're gonna have to buy it, because if you don't, because you can't mine the Sigma resources without a G6 ship. And so I'm sure G7 is going to be exactly the same way. So I'm not going to be going crazy spending stuff with the Latinum. I'm going to try to store up as much of it as I can. I'm just the Ops 20. I feel that like also the fleet. Okay, well you must be on a very new server. Right now, I mean, it would be just getting your alliance full. What I'm talking about now is I would say once your server, like the average players in the 50s, this is what I'm talking about far as go. Like most of all the early stuff for territories and all that stuff, that's all set up for you. It's like year one stuff in the game. But once you get into G5, this, to me, this gets less important. I mean, there are some let's go into it, that does help the 40 plus players, like let's see, alliances, I think it's in here. Trying to find where it is in the store. No. It's in where is it? Where's those trying to remember where it's at. Maybe it's in the it's in the territory. So you're gonna have these particles you're gonna need to keep that refinery going. And also you get a chance to pull these prints for these ships. Now, when we were in the game, they introduced them. It made no sense. This is the only ship right here that that we're looking at right here that I wish wasn't in the game because it doesn't do a lot for you. The only thing that's worthwhile is the stupid refinery, and then the sourcing it is the not the vindicator, the where's it at? This one here. This is the only thing that's worth this whole ship because the way that Mr. Tiger set up this mechanic, you basically have to go and get your best ship, go the high system that you can grind them to get this loot, and then you have to use the stupid ship to go the highest place you can do with it to get the loot, this loot here. And it's situated to where until the Vindicator can go up into the 60 systems, you're gonna have to make 2 runs, and I'm not there yet. My Eviscerator, I would say Vindicator, my Eviscerator is pretty high tiered, but I still can't get into that system. I mean, I suppose I could maybe take my Discovery and put it there, but I don't think it would be very. I don't think it would be very. I could effectively grind up there yet, but like, let's see. Let's go in and show you that. Now they have like 3 different systems. It's like the system when you first get it is right here, the 40 system, and you pretty well can once you start building it up, you pretty well graduate out of there pretty quick. But I'm still stuck in this system. This is the highest warp range that this ship has, and I have all the research done for warp, but it still has a very poor warp range, and you can't get to the place that you want. And I'm sure that asshole set it up that way to where you've got to grind twice to keep that refinery going, which is stupid. See, like my warp range at a tier, what tier I have this thing? A tier 10. A tier 10, this one can only go here. That's as high as it can go. Like if I try to take it in a 60 system where it needs to be, you know what, guys? Well, I'm gonna test a theory here. Let's see if how high my Discovery can go. I'm going to summon it up there and see if I can even hit those hostiles. Because that might be a workaround on this stupid thing. I had never thought of it until just now. Let's see what the maximum warp range for this. Let's see if we can go in the 63 system. Yes. Okay, so I'm gonna use this crew that I got right here. I'm gonna first I'm gonna use Janeway's crew because I need the most power possible. Number 1. And so I'm gonna summon it up here in the 63 system. I could go the 61, but I'm just gonna go with 63 for grins, because that, see how high I can actually grind with it. If I start dying all of a sudden, then we know that was a bad idea. Okay, so now I need to find battleships, because that's going to be, I'm going to have the triangle, and that's going to be, whoops, that's the wrong ship. That's instant death right there. Okay. Okay, so we're going to take this, use the battle triangle, and see if the Eviscerator is strong enough to hit a 63. Yes, it is. And let's see what kind of loot that we got. Okay, so now we're getting a little bit better we're getting a little bit better return right there. So I may not be able to hit that many, but that's more than I could get in one run where I can grind with it. And then I could maybe put the loot crew with the E Picard and even get more. I'm starting to see a little hull damage now. So you're probably going to be limited on it, but still, like I said, I'm getting more loot here than I would in 2 runs down there. Because I've already got, I mean, this is low. This is low compared to what I have to usually get with my warship, but it's not so bad that I'm going to have to do this. So I can maybe get by with doing something like this and from now on. And what we'll do is we'll put Rachel Garrett, the crew in here, the loot crew, and see how much hull damage it takes in comparison, and see what kind of. We'll look at the runs. We'll see how much, because that's the thing you got to weigh. You got to go efficiency, how many of these you can actually grind versus the loot crew. Because sometimes you can go in here with a loot crew, hit way less hostiles and not get enough loot as if you would put one of your more powerful crews in here, if that makes sense. And there's some people that don't see that. I'll argue with people online. Well, I'm using this, and this. And I go, yeah, you're hitting 15 of them, and I'm hitting 80. Tell me which one's going to give us more loot in the end. It's going to be the 80 most likely, unless you know what I'm saying. You got to look at it. And I used to get people that would argue with me online. Oh man, I put 5 in there and I'm getting this. So yeah, but I'm hitting 60 more of these hostiles than you and not getting that much less loot each run by putting a officer that gives me some power. But there was a guy that was in our alliance. It was he was like that. He was a big fanboy of some of the content creators, and he took their word for gospel. And I can tell you, some of them aren't that great of players. You have to look at it long run. And I'll tell you, man, I test crews. I don't just take somebody's word on, this is the best crew in the game. I'll test the crews like I'm doing right now. This is exactly what I'm doing. I do this all the time. And I stumble on stuff. Sometimes it works. It doesn't work very well at all, and it's something I can cross off the list. Okay, let's look at our hull damage after this and see where we're at. Okay, I can probably do like maybe 2 or 3 more. We'll do them one at a time. I'm not gonna use the artifact thing so what I'm gonna do I'm gonna take it. It's got a jump ability of its own. I don't know if it'll let me jump out of here back, because it doesn't have the warp range. I may have to let it die. But we'll see. We'll see if we can return home but this is going to be the one I'm going to do. I'm going to do either one of these crews like this from now on, because this saves me 2 trips. Okay, we got 308,000 so far. Okay, let's look. 332,000. I mean, 324,000. Little dyslexia there. Okay, let's see. Let's go ahead and do one more. I should die on this one, but whoops. No, it's good. We need to do it. It's not gonna let me change. I don't. That's the one thing I don't like about this artifact. See, now I hit a harder ship. I'm surely gonna go now. Okay. So we had 332. So what we're gonna do now is I'm gonna put a loot crew in here. Now I've got my E Picard up pretty high, so that's gonna help the overall deal. So I go into a loot crew. Let's see. Okay, she's not gonna help me with these. That's for the augment. But I can use everybody but her. Okay, we'll apply, and I'll put E data back in here, so I can get full synergy, which will help. And the officers that I do have for loot here is, let's see, the doctor below, and let's go group, get E data back in this ship, and we'll use our discovery to summon. Okay, so we're gonna go back in here and see what kind of damage we take. Jay, that crew I just put in there, that or the Kirk brothers are gonna be very powerful. I may end up getting a crap load of hull damage, but I'm gonna get a big boost in loot. Okay, so far so good. And you can see, yeah, I'm getting a big loot gain right here. Go there, go there. We'll just start popping these. I'm gonna go get my food out of the microwave. It keeps buzzing at me. Okay, where's another? Yeah, I'm starting to see some hull damage earlier, so I'm not going to be able to hit as many as I did with it, but I think the loot, I thought it was going to be a weaker crew than what it is. We'll probably do better with loot with this, using this crew. Now there's another setup I can use, and I'll try that one next. Fork. Get something to drink with it. That's a fresh cup, I think, yeah. Oh, that's good. All right, let's mark some more. Let's look at our loot. We're almost a third of the way that full run already, and let's mark some more. You're not spawning these battleships very fast in here tonight. And the bad thing is, if I go against a triangle, it's going to kind of ruin the experiment, because definitely will take more damage. So I don't really want to do that. See, what I can do, Chapel is a loot bonus for this particular hostile on the bridge. I can put Chapel in there and uh, put another officer in there. Let's look and see what, I forgot what these Gorn ship, what their abilities are. We've got isolytic and isolytic. So I can look for an isolytic officer. I can probably put, what's his name in there, in Chapel's place. You can see the hull damage is coming pretty quick now. And we haven't quite got to the same amount of loot that we had before. See, I'm still about 110,000 in loot. It's going to be pretty close. Now, what this will do, it'll prevent me to having to make what I was having to do before. I was having to make one run with my warship in these 60 systems, and then I was having to go in that system, the high system that this little Gorn ship can go. I was having to do multiple runs in there, like 2 or 3. Now it looks like I can get away with just doing 2 runs with this Gorn ship, and I'm good, you know? Man, this macaroni and cheese is good. Yeah, I had other plans of what I was going to eat tonight, but like I said, I fell asleep. It was a long week, and then work texted me, asked me if I wanted to come in tonight, but I missed the text. I was asleep when they texted me. I don't think I got it. I should have looked at my whole health. I don't think I got the 325. I probably was close. So I don't think there's even a reason to try the Chapel one. But at least we'll just do it for grins. I can actually use the loot, so let's do it. I mean, it's a cheap repair, and I'm using just using summon juice, which I got tons of it. We're gonna manage. We're gonna leave Rachel, and you know what? He may not even. He's got Apex Shred, and I don't think there's any Apex Barrier on this. So let's get rid of him. Let's go down below. Now I'm pretty sure this is isolytic. Yeah, isolytic defense. So we can put him there. Now let's see old Sutter, what his deal is. Hitting, critical hit damage. Okay, well, that's a possibility. Okay, Seska increases by 12%. So she's not that strong in an officer. Let's look at some of these others. Now this guy has a loot. I could put him down below and get more loot. Now let's go ahead and do that. It's not going to help me as far as power goes, but I'm hoping that he, and with Chapel up here too, because this is what Chapel's. So let's go ahead. So we got actually 5 loot crew officers. All 3 of these. We got the doctor and we got him. And basically all of our power is going to be coming from John Luke's isolytic cascade damage and her critical hit. And then we got defense from him. We got hull breach from knock it down. And we've got pretty much Vial and Hugh are almost the same officer. So you got a double hit of those guys. So which fleet commander? I've got all 6 shot. This is the ones I've got open right here. Lorca, you always want in the first seat because a bunch of his abilities don't work unless you have him seated there. And these other ones, it doesn't really matter. At least I don't think they really matter where they're at. I got Torres, Sloan, Admiral Kirk, 7 and 9, and the new Khan. Now you asked me if you're limited on the space, say you only got 3 slots. I would go Lorca, Sloan, and Khan. Those are the 3 best commanders in the game. Because my favorite ship is the Interceptor. That's why I got Tortoise there, and I've got Admiral Kurt's got a lot of really good stuff like warp range and a lot of good stuff in it, and 7 and 9. Janeway, if you're doing Q's trials, you want up there, and there's some like if you're heavy farmer in this game, then maybe you would want to use Spock in place of one of these guys, but I think Red was making a case that he thought that Khan was the second best fleet commander in the game, and I couldn't argue with that. But I think there is no doubt that Lorca is the best. Just because he helps everything, he helps. He's got his abilities are just. Whoops, almost screwed up. Okay, let's see. Let's see what we get on one hit. Should be score a monster amount if he just doesn't die, which is a possibility. Okay, so we got 19,000 on one. So that's better than what we're seeing, but I don't know if it was enough to go ahead and use his crew in here. Yeah, I would definitely agree. Spock, if you were mining and all that stuff, it wasn't heavy into PvP, then you could probably have a use for Spock. I don't. I don't think I've ever seated him in one of the chairs. Because when I got him, because I didn't buy Spock. I bought Kirk, and I bought the rest of them. But there are abilities in all of them that always you don't have to have them seated into the deal. They got kind of and it will say that always active. The always active mean I found out that meant that they don't have to be seated. So you just can't you can't just ignore them. Like you'll see even with my Spock. I don't think I've ever seated in one of these seats. But you can see I've done some of his skill tree stuff. And I've got some I can do now. There's actually an event going on. Let's see. Let's look some of these and see. Let's look for some of these always active ones. Always on right here. That's what I'm talking about. Let's see if he's got any more. On duty. On duty means he has to be seated. On duty. There's some of these I went ahead and did just because if I did seat him, I'd want those to on duty. On duty. On duty. Let's look for stuff that's always on. I don't have enough to do that one yet. On duty. On duty. Always on. I'm going to go ahead and do it. Even though that's not a big deal, but there is an event going on right now that's scoring. All right. But yeah, I think there's a way to earn a second slot in the game. I think you can buy one. I think you might even be able to buy one that's either in the Alliance tournaments. I think you can get an extra slot. They didn't have that available when I was doing it, and when they got Khan, I just went ahead and bought it because I knew I was gonna want him in the slot, and I didn't want to take any of my other ones off. But this Lorca's Fist has come in handy a few times. Okay, let's see. We're not gonna get the same. Even though I got about as looty as I can go on here, I'm not gonna get the same as my power crew because I'm hitting way more hostiles on both of those. Because I guarantee if I would have made like a regular video on YouTube and saying, yeah, this is the crew you need to use here, I would get 100 guys that would tell me to use some of these officers that I would get more loot, and you can see I didn't. It came close with the partial loot crew that I had on there, the one with Rachel Garrett, and still had E-Data on the side, and had a couple more officers in the slot down here that would help me against. But see, I'm only gonna get. So I got 20. Let's see, no, yeah, I got 33,000 more using my power crew than I did for all loot. And I don't think there's any lootier you can get than that, because Because even if you put somebody's gonna say, well, you can put 5 there. Well, five's not gonna hit as many of these hostiles I did because her ability is not as good as John Luke and the officer ability. So you're gonna hit even less. So you're gonna even get less loot. So let's see if he can jump home. See if it'll let me. Yeah, I figured that. So I'm gonna let it die. It'd been cool if it would have. Oh, let's go ahead and recall that one. But I did get to put some much needed loot into it. And I also found out I can do that. I can take the discovery and effectively grind with the eviscerator up there. So I don't have to send my cube in the 70 system anymore to grind and then go into the highest one that the eviscerator can do. That was my theory all along, is once you can get the eviscerator in these 60 systems, you won't have to double grind anymore. But it's really stupid that with all the, I'll show you, I've got all the warp research done for that stupid shit. And I'm getting something else to refill in my drink. But you can see, power-wise, it belongs in the 63 system. And I should have enough warp range for it to be there. And once I upgrade the ship a little bit more and get it closer to 11, then it's gonna actually hit a few more of these. I don't even know where I'm at with this stupid ship. I might even have an upgrade available. Nope. You can see I've got 2 upgrades on tier 10, and the one thing I did do first thing was the warp engine, hoping that would get me into the 60 system, and it didn't. But it's ridiculous that it doesn't have the warp range to get at least here, you know. And I'm way off. You can see it takes 900. So that tells me even at tier 11, it's not going to be able to get there. Because usually the warp range doesn't jump that high. It's probably going to be about 800 and something. And then at tier 12, I may be able to get here. But definitely not here, where I can actively grind with it. But I'm sure from what we're seeing with this new mechanic it was designed that way. That jerk who game developer, that Mr. Tiger, he did it so he's making you multiple grind, because like this one's if you hate that one, this one's even worse, because I go into the 68 system where I belong, where my ship belongs. I get heavy, epic, decent rare, very little uncommon, no common stuff. And when you say, well, man, you got all these officers, you really don't need the common. And I would say yes, but what I need are these. What does this give me? That gives me not those offers. He takes different material, but it gives me. And Janeway was here, but I got Janeway tiered out, so she's not in here anymore. So it gives you a choice of tokens for a grab. See right there, That gives me at least one DeMarco shard. And I need to go over here and see if I can make a. I need to make another. I'm gonna. Should I go? Okay. Do I have enough to? No. I need to go. I need to grind some uncommon, and I should get enough. Well, I don't get a pull here for a day, so I might as well go ahead and make that partial pull. This gives me some good officers, but the ones I care about the most is the uncommon ones. These have all the main PvP officers in. Now, DeMarco is in, I think, in the Epic. Yeah, right there. These are all good officers. I'm not going to say that these suck. These are all officers I want to get tiers from. But if I had a choice, if it was which I do, I'm not going to be pulling. I'm not going to be pulling those. I'm going to be going here for DeMarco. I mean, not for DeMarco, but I'm going for the uncommon. But I do want to make. I want to make pulls in all four of them, so I can get this. Because I figure in 2 months I'll have DeMarco completely tiered out by using this mechanic, even though I hate it. I hate it with a passion. But it's just so good in officer requisition, you can't ignore it. So I'm gonna have to play Mr. Tiger's game for at least 2 months, and then I'm gonna go in here and just go in do the 50 system and just crush the uncommons. I'll probably do 2 runs. I'll do one in the 50 system and the 68 system, so I can get the rare and epic. But let's go in here. Let's do that now. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put my junker on here. I'm going to put a full loot crew, that augment loot crew. And why I'm saying that is because Carol Marcus's ability is for this loot. No, that's below deck. So I'm going to go do that, and and the person that I put in here that I probably should have took out when I was doing my test a while ago, because they don't have shred. He has Apex shred against hostiles, and all those hostiles up there are all Apex shred. So this is going to be a really good crew for that. Or you know what I could do? Let's put the junker in here. I don't think it's I could go junker, or I could go. Let's see which one has the bigger cargo hull. Okay, yeah, we're gonna go with this one. We got the extra slot. Cause I'm gonna stick that other dude, the other loot bonus guy in there. Where's he at? The blue dude. There he is. Okay, so we'll go there. So we're going to go up in the 50 system. We're going to try to do our best to fill this thing up. But we're going to get common and uncommon in this, where I'm going with this. Okay. I really need to go the other stuff to get the Jocko stuff, but I want to go ahead and make that pull up there. So to do that, I'm going to go ahead and I don't want to make a partial pull with the uncommons. I got to find that system. Where's it at? It's over here. Here we go. So you can either, to me, I think you could either go here or you can go in the 56, and I'll give you a little bit of. But I need more common, so I'm going to go. This is like the strongest concentration of the uncommon is in the 50s. Okay, now we're going to be looking for same thing, battleship. You got to look for the attacker. Oh, there's a loot crew. There's a loot bonus ship. Let's go after it. Now you got, it's supposed to be a 70% chance of survival. For me, the odds have been less than that. I think it's barely 50-50. And I think I'm just died. Yep. When it takes that long, usually means he's got you. But it's got so much loot in it. It's worth the gamble. How's the Enterprise hold up at 70? It's good. It's not as good as the Kretschna. The Kretschna is the king up there. It's better than the Romulan battleship, but the Kretschna is the king. See, it has like a go home cannon. It has in it. It's not more so powerful that it did hardly any hull damage to me when I was successful, but it's supposed to be It's supposed to be 7 out of 10 times you're supposed to be able to kill it, and only 3 out of 10 times you die. But I'll be lucky. I'm probably less than 50-50. I gotta look for the attacker. I saw that it triggered. There he is. Okay, now we're gonna go. I go. Oh, he's stuck in one of these. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna go recall. Come on, stop. Okay, so that stops the attacker. You gotta remember not to hit it. Man, there sure isn't a whole lot of battleships in here. I'm just gonna have to hit ships. I think this Rev will be tough enough for me to. But when I do that, I gotta make sure it's a D3, not the D7. There's a battleship. The only part of having to do this is that my drops are going to be my drop boxes are going to be really low, and I need the highest drop boxes I can get for the other part of the mechanic. But at least I'm going to get some loot for it. That's why he's not staying within his triangle. That's why I'm not getting my battleships. Or what ship is he using? That's why I'm not got battleships. He's not hitting the right hostile. Now I'm gonna have to hit it. Some loot is better than no loot. Yeah, that's right. But I mean, we should be able I should be able to go the ops level system that I need to do my thing and not have to worry about punching down and taking ships away from lower players. So he's doing the same thing I am. He's trying to get uncommon loot. But a lot of times this will be full of players where this is where they need to grind, you know, and I'm taking ships away from those guys, making the grind harder for them. You know what I'm saying? But because they can't go up to 68 with me and very successful up there, you know. I don't think guys like Mr. Tiger think about crap like that. If you're forcing higher players to go in a lower system to get loot for the stupid mechanic, then you're taking away hostiles from people that can only grind at that level. You know what I'm saying? They don't think shit like that out. He's just trying to be cute and make it difficult for players, you know. But he's actually hurting the lower player more than he's hurting the higher player that he's forcing to punch down. Because the higher player, the way he's got it set up here, where you have, where the loot, I'll show you. I'll bring this one of these up. You can see right here, I get a high amount of uncommon, and as you go up in the system, this goes away. This gets a little higher. You get a little bit of rare. Then this goes completely away. The uncommon is going to be the low ball. Then you get epic. So as you go up, you get more of the higher grade loot, but you don't get any of the lower. But see, the thing is, the way he's got it set up, the way it is now, some of the lower players at the bottom end of the mechanic, they're not going to be able to get epic loot for that refinery unless they buy it. But see, what time is it now? It's like 2 in the morning, and not very many people are on doing this, so it's not a big deal right now. But during, when everybody's playing in the middle of the day, this whole system will be full, and you'll be, all these hostels they're gonna be like 6 people, 7 people in this system, and all buying for the same hostels. So it looks like I can hit any of these in here. I'm not taking much hull damage at all using this ship. This might actually be a better ship for this than the Junker was. And on the Junker, if you don't know what that is, that's a Section 31 ship. That's what everybody's calling it. Because it actually, in the Section 31 movie, it was a garbage ship. A garbage hauler. You're asking the wrong cat on that. When that ship was relevant, I used to go OPC hunting. I never mind that crap. I did when the whip came out just because they had some events for it. But now, where I'm at as a player, if I want to keep that refinery going, I don't even do any of that. I go into the ex-Borg faction. I go down here to where it says Max Fisha Latinum Efficiency. I use some of these common ex-Borg credits, and boom, I got all this right here. I never have to mine. But back when I did, I just hunted OPC all the time. I wasn't gonna take any time mining that because honestly that lat doesn't really help you that much. Because the exchange rate from mining's not good. It kind of was a precursor of the Sigma stuff. I mean so I used to go in and hunt OPC all the time during the Latinum rush. That's all I ever did was go out and hunt OPC Latinum miners all the time. And just did my dailies. I kind of still do this. Kind of still don't do the OPC hunting anymore because I don't need it. And a lot of people on this server don't mind it anymore. And we got some lower players that still do probably, but I'm not gonna go take from them. But the best thing to do is once you get to Ops 40, you can get into the ex-Borg stuff. You'll never need it anymore. Because even if it's not max like where mine's at, it does give you like a tiered out version of it. So like a lot of them I've retired with this archive building. That's another thing where you can get rid of it. Is this archive building. So you can see I didn't even where's the archives? Here we go. So you can see I didn't touch those. Those are still because I don't need those. The most important ones for me was the Tally and the Voyager. And then when they last arc no, I take that back, that's wrong. The two most valuable ones for me. First one I did was the Monavine. The Monavine because it gives me because when you do the actual loop, you have to choose one of these. But when I archive, it gives me all the loop that you can get. So that was the first one I did. Then the second one I did was the Talios, and the same. You get all this stuff every day. It actually helped me finish tearing her out. I mean, I was on the last tier, but you can see you need 800. I already had Dasek, was long gone. I did him during the arc. I bought him. Or at least I spent like $300 buying shards on him. Because he was that important. But the queen, I used this thing to finish her out for me. And the amalgam I just did, because the amalgam has some nice benefits that you get every day. You get one of these exocoms every day. I mean, I already had Honor Guard War tiered out when they added the store last arc, or I don't know if it was last arc or the one before, but this was the one they added after the original one, the first one. and now these Devar ones are had been put in there. But this is nice because you get these. I don't need them right now because my reputation's max, but this has helped building these back up again, getting these reputation exacoms, because I'll probably need it when G7 comes. But Botany Bay I'll never do. I'll never do either one of these. I mean, there's some, for players that need it, you get this every day. I definitely don't need the parts, and I'm getting a bigger pull from what I'm doing right now than doing it. Amalgam can. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I used to be one of the biggest raiders on my server with the amalgam. But what I can do now with my G6 ships, they have a skin you can put on there that gives you the amalgam's ability. Let me get busy and go back doing my thing. But now it doesn't really help me to mine, but I mean to raid people. Now I do it to keep more, to take away resources from people more than getting them for me. And I'll do it during incursions, but see, like where I got my stats were when we were a much lower economy. So these guys that have passed me up have gotten it where people have trillions of resources instead of hundreds of millions or billions, like when I got most of my stuff. So, and when we merged, let me go show. When we merged, resources rated. See, I'm still 10th on our list, but I used to be number 1, and there was not even daylight from who was number 2. But when we got into the trillion economy on this server, I made another run at it, but right before I went to 60. Till I went into the 61, and I got back up to like 3rd or so. But after that, that's resources I can't do anything with, because right now I've got over a quadrillion worth of regular resources. And that doesn't even count what I got below. If we go what I got below, you see I got 1.5 quadrillion just in Peristyle. And let's see how much I got in Tritanium. I got 800 trillion plus what I've got showing, And you almost can't get rid of it. That's why today when I went from building an Enterprise D all the way to tier 12 and not even come close to running out of resources. It's crazy. I could tell you how bad it was to struggle to get that ship up. The first one I had when I was a Ops 60. That was a struggle getting both my Haicha. It was my Rotaran. That's my Rotaran. That's my Rotaran and my Enterprise D up. Now, the Haicha was a ship I didn't get to do as much with it as I wanted to. But it was a bad ship. It could take out any of those uncommon, uncommon 50s. I was like, I think there's one incursion I was just beating the dog crap out of some G5 ships with it. I had the G5 ships to match it, but I didn't need them. Because my Hydra was doing such a good job. Because a lot of people on my server had listened to some of the content creators about skipping that ship, but after they saw what I did against some players with that damn thing, they changed their mind. I don't believe it. Now there's some faction ships I think are crap, but there really isn't one in the Klingon faction ship I wouldn't get. Now I don't have a Minerva on the Romulan side because I think that's not a really good ship. I don't think the let's see, I'm gonna find it. Let me go in here. Go into ships. I've got one because I grinded it out for free doing rep grinding. This Northcut, this is a piece of crap ship too. Even though it's an interceptor, it's the best ship in that class is definitely the Vulture. And the best ship in the 56 class is the Sanctus. The Quav is pretty good, but because of the strike team and the triangle, they can clean their clocks, but they do pretty good on the battleships. Far as the 56, I got this. This is my, I use this for my armadas. This is an armada killer. I can take this ship right here and do any armada in the game solo that's below 60 or no, that's not a G6 mechanic. I can go do the expansion cubes single-handedly. I can do all the Borg stuff, the 60 and below. I can do all the Dominion by itself. I can do the faction ones by them solo with it, even the Epic. This is just a monster ship on armadas. It's worth getting for it if you can. Now, for me, in the Epics, on the Epic 660 ship, this is the king. The Enterprise the Enterprise D is pretty good. If you got somebody that knows how to crew it to defeat this one, you can. But most are lazy on their crewing, and I'll take their Enterprise E anytime. But there are a couple of guys I know that can crew this to where it'll make it very difficult for me to get him. And as far as the uncommon 6G, this one, Navarre to me was the only really good ship. Now this one, the Akura, is a cube killer. And the same thing with this one. Also a cube killer, but I do think it might be the best ship in that class. This was a good ship, but it gets crushed by these cubes. I mean, it is silly. Um, it's silly how ineffective it is against the cube. And this was my primary, and I used to use this to kill the cubes. And now, you know, of course, once you get the cube, you can actually use it for all the levels up until you get it. It doesn't get good until after 13. To me, it's a piece of crap until you get to tier 13 with it. Then it's good until you get to these interceptors. That's you know, maybe even you can punch up against this. Like this one, this Volux right here kills both of those. It won't go the next tier higher, but anything like 25 billion and down, I would have no pauses going. But right now I don't have any forbidden technology. Well, I do. I'm not. I won't have any forbidden technology in a few days in here, and it'll be just kind of relegated to like my last ship in the deal. But those are kind of the rundowns on my opinion on the ships. Now there'll be other people who'll tell you other things, but I can tell you from a guy that does a lot of PvP. That's what I've seen, and but that should be awesome. Well, I mean, a lot of people are Fed fanboys, so they're always going to get the Fed ships, and I just never saw anybody when it was like a relevant level on this server. I never saw ones that scared me. Well, oh gosh, he's got his deal. Most of the time it was my buddy used to call it a glass cannon. And I would kind of agree with that assessment. It will get punched up by the low my Hydra would go up there and just freaking crush those things. I mean, the Enterprise is not a bad ship, but like I said, you're gonna have to play around with the crews and find a crew that will specifically go after the interceptor. And it should, because the Enterprise has the triangle. But those Klingon interceptors are just, especially the Epic, they're monsters. Like I can remember early on, like when I joined my server, I probably should have used the novice token and went down to a lower server, a newer server than the one that I was on, because there were guys on my server that already had the Enterprise and were at Ops 39 at the Ascension level already when I joined this server. And most of those guys all had Enterprise, the very first Enterprise, the one that fit 34. And I spent my whole time figuring a way to get my D4 where I could beat them. And I did. But the whole dynamic of PvP is completely different.
And it's closer to what it was then than it used to be when people would just throw their strike team and who had the higher officers would win. In that, that like some content creator says PvP is broken. No, it's not broken. You have to sit there and adjust your bridge crew and your lower deck crew. In some cases, you have to balance it. In some cases, you have to use lower deck officers that work with your upper deck, or your bridge crew. And I kind of went over that a little bit earlier. I don't know if it was in this stream or in the stream earlier today. I think it was when I upgraded my Enterprise E up to tier 10, where I got the extra seat and rearranged some of the players in my lower decks. It kind of went why I was using this one and that one. Because one of my players asked me to do it. But the thing about that, and I'll say that again, is where these guys are tiered, and your research, your forbidden tech, your chaos tech, it all plays in. There's no video I could do that would say, if you got an interceptor, use this crew. Because I don't know what research you've done, what chaos or forbidden tech that you actually have. All of it makes a difference. That's why I think it's not broken. Is you just have to. It's a chess match. These guys like playing checkers. It's a chess match now. Like when I do get beat, well, I'll just go to the one where I did when I lost a while ago. To this thing. You're not going to see a lot with this one because it was, I think, probably one round. But I can use this for an example, how I use it. So you got the go home cannon that killed me in the first round, so there's nothing there to see. But if this was a regular player, I can use this I key thing, and you can see where mine right here, it tells me I can look at this and say, oh, he's got these officers below deck. So, and I've got these officers below deck. And you can, especially if you go, if say I attack another guy that has a Rotarian, and I'm on my Rotarian, and I lose, and he's lower powered than me. Let's say I'm at 3.7 billion like my Rev is, and his is 2.8, but he still beat me. Why did he beat me? And usually it's either here on the bridge crew, or it's here below deck as he outplayed me. And once you start looking at these and you start knowing, it's that, hey man, every time this guy has this officer in below deck, it just cleans my clock. Why? And then you just start investigating. Then you start using them in your crew. You know what I'm saying? And you see what kind of results that you get. And you that's why Combat Arena is important. So I'm going against some of the highest players in the game right now in the Combat Arenas. And it made me change one of my crews because of what this guy was using. And I haven't tried it out to see how it works for me. It might not work for me at all. Like, I don't have my cubes up right now. But when I do, but he's using, I can go into, you know what, I can do this though. Let's go. Okay, see, in his cube, he was using Specialist 9 instead of Lorca. There. And to me, when I look at her ability, she looks like she would be much better in an interceptor.
against a battleship with hull breach. She looks like she would be better in a interceptor, and so is her officer ability is starting around says hull breach, and that's an interceptor ability. But he has this crew. Was it a mistake, and he just got lucky because he's such a high player? He had 170 billion cube, maybe, but maybe he found something. So I've got mine set up to where I can use her, and his might be so tiered up than mine that it helps. Well, I'm going to see, but I learned that from combat arenas. Otherwise, I'd have Lorca right there, where I normally would put the Freeman crew. But there are things like that. When you take a lump, you get beat. You figure out why you got beat. And sometimes it's just because his ship was so much bigger than yours that there's not little or anything you can do. Like even for me, my Kretschna is a tier 13. Tier 13. Now when I hit one of these guys that got it at tier 17 or 18, I might as well be using the G3 ship against him. So when I get beat by one of those guys, there's nothing unless he's got some kind of weird crewing going on that I can see what's going on, then I can't really learn anything from that. But when I get beat by a guy that's lower tiered than me or similar tiered as me, I'm always going to look to see why I didn't come out on top on that. And he might have used Lorca's fist on me. Or he's using all these exicons in here for the combat one. Like there's one here that's 350% on this. Well, I can't see that in the battle logs. It doesn't tell me what he's using exicon, and it doesn't tell me he's using Lorca's fist. So sometimes you gotta just scratch your head. And but otherwise, you can just sit here and look at these battle logs and see why this happened, why that happened. Like on my server, I'm the second most powerful person on my server. And the guy that's the most powerful is a pretty good crewer. And me and him will go together and say, well, hey man, I was trying this. You might give that a shot or what? We'll do that to each other because we're friends. We've been friends since we were both. He was like a Ops 31 or something, and I was like where you're at, Dustin. We've been together since then. We were in the same crappy alliance together. And when I say crappy, it actually was. We had a hard time getting enough helps to clear our dailies. And that's before I knew you could go and do this to clear your dailies every day. I didn't know you could do that then. You know, just do 50 contributions and you're done. You know, but I didn't know you could do that back in the day. And I just did it there. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know you could do that then. So we're struggling to get 50 helps in a whole 24-hour period, you know. I was the first one to jump to a bigger alliance, and then I told him, hey man, it's going to help your game. I know you don't want the drama, but you're hurting yourself staying in that alliance.
And then we've been in an alliance together about, I would say about 70% of the time I played the game. I've left this alliance a few times because I didn't like what stuff was going down here. One of the times he left with me, and then he came back, and then later on I came back. But the thing I don't like, I told you where I'm at power-wise in the game. I don't have anything to say what goes on in this alliance. They'll ally with people, which I think is a stupid idea. But I don't have any recourse. I can leave and play solo for a while. That's what I usually do. So I basically play my own game. And I'll let them know if they heart an alliance I don't want to be allies with. I'll just tell them I'm not. Let the admiral know that their heart doesn't mean anything to me. That if I see them, I'm going to whack them anyway. Because I didn't vote on it. I get to vote on it or have any say whether they put the heart or not on there. I'm not going to. And I've told them that. But they don't care. I've always wanted to start a tier 1 alliance on here on this server. But the problem is the guys I would need to get into it like the hero worship of the lower players too much to leave and do that. I wanted to start an alliance where you had to be 60 plus to even be in it. And then we control what the row is in the game, not some farmers on Discord. And when I say that, I'm not going to put some jacked up thing where everything goes, kind of bullshit. I'm talking about they tried to turn this into Star Trek Farmsville on this server. And where they protect so much space that you take all the fun out of the game. And they'll do it. We've had wars over that. Because like right now that most of the server had, I told them that I wouldn't honor it. Is they have a deal in G6 space where nobody can hunt OPC. But the thing is, the reason why I'm not doing it anyway is not because they got their little gentleman's agreement thing going. It's because there's no benefit to it. The exchange rate on any of the resources in here, whether it be the materials or the Sigma resources, is so low that it doesn't pay for your repair bill. If I went up there and started OPCing with, I'd say my 68 mining ship, I put a PvP crew in there and went OPC hunting, I might get a lot of loot, but what I draw from the loot is not going to pay for the repair bill that's going to cost me to repair my ship. So it's stupid to go up there and the way that it's set up. Even when you go into these resources, you can see to get 3 chest pulls, it costs me 1.9 million of the dilithium, raw dilithium, to get me 1,300 of the actual loot, and it doesn't get any better with the rest of them. Same 1.9 million to get me 3,400 of the Sigma titanium. So think about that. Your cargo holds are like, that's more than some of the Selkies can hold, unless you got it high tiered up right there. So odds are that you're going to fill your whole cargo hold's not good. So even if I do a 2 chest pull, still you're looking at 76. That you'll be lucky on a run you'll get that much, because the ships, the rate of mining is slow, and the even. We'll look at one of my mining ships. This one here. These are the 68 ship. These are the highest ship. It only holds 2.4 million, and you can see I got 84 million. I mean 84,000 in there, and I'm barely OCP right now. And normally I don't leave them out this long. So even if I did that, I'd have to have a full node, and then the exchange rate from raw to actual is so horrible that it's a lost leader. I mean, basically, if you're going to go up there and OPC hunt, it's because you're being an asshole. Because you're not gaining anything by it. Now, if we're at war with an alliance, yeah, I'll go up there and crush those ships, But otherwise, I don't see the benefit of it, other than just being an asshole, Q's trials I can find. I'll find my level when I get a better ship. I can't. Yeah, you're going to have to. I don't think what level that you're on, even though it may open up for it, I don't think that a lot of these mechanics, guy, you're not going to be able to do until you get Ops 40. They're not making mechanics for guys your level right now, and they haven't for a while. You'll have to go back to like year 1, 2, 3 mechanics for somebody that's your ops level. Unfortunately, it sucks, but that's kind of the way it is. So what I would do is open those buildings, try to build them up, from the daily drips, and wait until you get to Ops 40 before I even engage with any of that stuff. Now, you might be able to punch up eventually. You can try every once in a while, but don't be discouraged, because they didn't build that. They didn't build those mechanics for an Ops 20 person. But you can get a jump on it when you can, though. Just get, fix it where you can get daily pulls of some of the loot, and build up your buildings, and you're going to be ops locked in a bunch of it too. So that's another hurdle you're going to have to go against. But it's really, let me be honest with you, there's really 2 different games. There's going to be the game you can play under 40 and the game that you can play over 40. And what I would do is, if I was playing, I had to start all over somewhere. The first thing that I would, at an Ops 20 level, that I would do, I would work to where I can grind reputation, to get that Ops 26 ship. I would have it wherever. So when I get it Ops 26, as soon as I get that shipyard built, I got that D3 Mayflower, or whatever the other Romulan battleship is. I would have that ready for me to go, and then you can start. Then you start adjusting your game at that point of view. But But my focus would be from Ops 1 to Ops 26 is that ship. I'd have, like, if you're going to get the Romulan ship or the Klingon D3, I would have enough blueprints ready to make that ship, and I'd also have my cloak before I got to 26. And I did that for my nephew. So what I did with my nephew's account is I went from Ops 0 to Ops 26 in 3 weeks. And now the only thing I spent on the whole thing is I bought an extra builder and an extra researcher. And when the first event store came through, I got that jellyfish, not the SSISS jellyfish, but the little one. And I worked on that one. I got that all the way. Carried that ship all the way to Ops 26. I built the other ships because it kind of makes you do that for the research. But I didn't tier them up very high. But my little nephew liked having the ships, and I did make them, and I would tell him, I've got you a new ship next time I went over their house to play with them. But he was so jacked when he got that D3 and he could cloak. Oh my gosh, you would have thought I gave him gold. He's 5 years old, so. But he loves grinding. Him and his brothers, like he's 7. They grinded like 2 hours for me a couple weeks ago. I guess it was the first weekend that the augment thing went in there, and they liked it that they watched me as I shake that chaser off. They thought that was so cool, and I said, "Well, don't hit that one for anything." And then they're like, "Why?" I said, "You'll die right away. That's why I'm doing this. So otherwise, Uncle would kill it too and get the extra loot." But anyway, so let's see how much loot I got now. It might be time to switch. Okay, let's see how much uncommon I need to make that pull. Because this is not helping me with the other part of the mechanic. You can see I never got. How many? I'll see how many I hit. Let's switch the loot box. I hit 130 and I barely got any hull damage up here. I'm gonna go ahead and toggle a full load of this, and then I'll look in here and see what my loot count is for making a pull, because that's basically why I'm doing this, so I can make a full pull on my uncommon. Okay, I got 5 in there. Let's go faction, because I need to switch to the other one. Let's see. I think I got enough now. How much? Oh yeah, definitely. Let's fly this sucker back as soon as I get these hostels finished. Yes, the scrapyard's going to be your friend until you get to G6. Then you can't use it anymore because you can't scrap any of the G5 ships. Yeah, the scrapyard is your friend. I can't tell you how many upgrades I through my 20s all the way up to 60 that I did because of the scrapyard. The scrapyard is your friend, and that's one of the reasons why they're not giving it to this G6 players, because it's such an advantage that you can go and back and get rid of some of these ships and get all the mats, because they want you to buy it. That's the truth of the matter. It's not that they can't put it in the game; they don't want to, because that's money out of their pocket from the biggest spenders in the game, and that's the reason why they're not putting it in there. It's not because going to be very difficult for them to do. It's because they don't want to lose the revenue. That's the honest God's truth on that. If they tell you anything different, then they're lying to you. Yeah, definitely needs to add. It needs to add all the gimmick ships you don't need anymore, and it definitely needs to. What did I win here? Oh, some power one. Let's go ahead and send this one back. So I got a pretty good amount of the two lower ones. That should be enough for me to make 2 pulls out of one today and one when the next one pumps up. And I think it's got a day cooldown on it. But yeah, the scrapyard is your friend up until Op 60, and then after Op 60, you don't have it. I mean, Op 61, you don't have it anymore. But yeah, it's not that they need upgrade. They just don't want the G6 players to have it because you saw how easy it was for me to build a Op 60 Enterprise D and upgrade it. I could see it be doing that all the time. I could just boom, 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 boom. I might have to spend a little bit of latinum to do it, but I could sit there right now and because it won't tell me what I'll get for it. But we'll just look and pretend. We'll put it in G6 numbers. If I go in and decide, hey, I want to scrap my Enterprise A, and what that would mean for my G5 ships, you know. Let's go into the interior. Yeah, no, that's the deal. It's not that they can't do it. They don't want to lose the revenue of guys buying packs. And that would definitely happen. So if I've scrapped my Enterprise A, so I'm looking at, you know, all these parts. It's gonna be lower for the G6 because it takes less. But you can see, look at all this stuff I get. I get all these parts, and I get 1.3 trillion in titanium. I get all that epic rare, epic gas, epic ore, all the rare stuff in here. That's why they don't want us to have it. Is that, you know? No, yeah, they make you. Well, the thing is, to do my upgrades, they made me take this scrapyard up to like 69. I did that just so I could do this, you know. So they're making you upgrade this thing past 61, you know, past 61. This didn't stop at Op 60. They're making you do this, but you have no benefit from it from 61 on right now. And the same thing with this until they just recently did this. I had to sit there and upgrade. I was done with this mechanic in my 50s, my low 50s. But I had to sit there and upgrade this building all the way up to 69 to get the academy done, which lets me get my R&D building done, and which lets me get my shipyard done, you know. So they put that hurdle in front of you for buildings that are obsolete. And it's obsolete for the scrapping right now until they put this G5 ships in there. It's obsolete for the G6 player. And what they'll do is they'll probably add it, the day that they add G7 space, they'll add it in there where nobody needs it anymore. I mean, some of you lower guys later on, that'll be a great benefit for you guys. But for the people that are like in the, you know, where we're at right now, where the higher servers are right now, it won't be any benefit for them. because they'll already be past it. And I'm sure that's what they're waiting on. They're waiting for, because the CEO guy, because I asked him in the private server, why can't we, why can't we, and when is it coming? And he told me soon, in last July. And then later on, somebody asked him, I think it was either in November or December, he said it was coming soon. And then this last time, I guess it was in March, he said it was coming this year. But my suspicion is it'll be during the launch of G7, and then it'll be some use for people finishing up tearing out their G6 ships, like my 70 ship or whatever, but it won't be a big deal far as helping me far as the next level goes. Because I'm sure they won't put G5 and G6 ships scrapping all together. They won't give us both of those, I don't think. But this is all money. Definitely. Because if I can go here, pick my Enterprise D, or one of the Enterprise Ds I have now. Let me find it.
No, he's going to be here in the, where's it at? So if I decide, hey, I'm going to scrap this ship, and that's going to probably give me more resources than a pack, a completely tiered out Enterprise D. So that they lose $100 there, or maybe $200 there. That is exactly why it's not in the game. It's not that there's some kind of R&D thing that they can't figure out, or whatever. All they do is got to change parameters on whatever limits us not to do it. Probably a few lines of code would change everything. But the reason why they don't is money. Yeah, the guy's like the CEO of Scopely, not just the Star Trek Fleet Command. He's been on a Q&A a couple of times, and he's the one that said that, because I asked him, he answered my question during the Q&A when I asked him, we really need, my question was, we really need G5 scrapping in the game, and we also need to get rid of some of the gimmick ships that's no longer relevant in the game because our hangars are filling up. And pretty soon, if y'all keep adding these gimmick ships, we're not going to have a place to put the ships. Can you still scrap a tier 60 at 61? Yeah, I can scrap. I'll go scrap one right now. It just don't give me anything I need. Yeah, you can still scrap, but it doesn't give you resources you need in your relevant to what you're. See, like any of these ships, you see the red scrap button. I can get rid of these. Like if I wanted to, see, most of them are ones I don't want to scrap. I like to keep at least one of my Klingon ships. I got a jellyfish, but I don't have it leveled up all the way. You see it's at level 1, but I got tiered out. I got it for one of these events where you have to use ship XP to score. I always got a couple of ships like that I can, and I just made an Enterprise D that I got at level 1, tier 12, just for that. But
I could go any of those ships you saw the red button on. I could scrap it right now, and it would do its thing. But the problem is none of those have resources that do anything for me at all. None of them, because at a G6 level, a high G6 level player doesn't need G5, G4, G3 parts, mats, or anything else. They just don't. There's nothing that I can do with it. It's like here with the regular resources. Look how much of this I've got, and I'll sit there and give away a few 2 or 3 trillion of this today to my alliance during the doing this. See, I'm giving 31 billion every pull, and it drops in the bucket. Now I can remember when I was your level, man, 31 billion. God Almighty, that's insane amount of para. But like I said, the all those other ships that you saw none of them would help me in the game where I'm at in my level. It just doesn't. That's the reason why they got this locked out to the G6 players, because it forces us to either go hard at some of these events or go in here and spend cash. Go in here and hit these packs, you know. It's all about the money. And to be honest with you, it's kind of stupid, because it's not like I can go in here. There's no speed ups on the scrap. They would help, but they wouldn't. My opinion, they wouldn't stop you from needing the pack, especially as many resources I need. See, I've been saving this, and I bought that interceptor pack, that one that was in there, and I'm nowhere close to making the upgrade. It'll probably be next weekend before I can make one, unless I wanted to go in there and spend like $300. If I wanted to spend $300, I could. If I wanted to spend $600, I could have this done right now. But I don't want to. I spent. I bought I bought the Explorer pack so I could get my Enterprise E up to tier 10. I bought the Officer pack, or not the Officer pack, but let's see. There was another pack in here that's not in the store because I bought it. It was in this featured, the Officer Depot tokens. Well, they had like a special that had 160, instead of 100. So I'm not going to buy this one. They sold me one for the 160. Why am I going to pay the same $100 for 100? You know what I'm saying? 100,000. I bought one of those. And I bought the $79 part 2 of this for my interceptor. So I bought. Let me go back in there. I meant to go. I bought. Come on, go. New. They had one that was Cons Explorer and Cons Intercept, and I bought both of those. And then I bought. No, I guess I spent $300. Okay, yeah. I spent $330 because of tax. That's all I'm going to spend. But that one, it had a bunch of parts in it. It was equivalent to like a pack and a half. But now if they had another one of those in the store, I'd be tempted. Because like here, my cubes are kind of locked out until I get to tier 17 on this one. Then I'll open one up for the next level tier up, and then at tier 18, that opens up tier 18 for the cube as well. So when you see one of these guys that's got like 150 billion powered cube, that means he's got one epic ship that's at least tier 17 or 18. Now my friend's got one that's on here. The guy's higher than me in level. I think he's got tier 17 Krechna. That's over 100 million. It's over 100 billion. Yeah, I mean, you can do that. Especially those lower ships. Now, there's a trick. And I don't know if they talk about it anymore because the game's so higher now. But what you can do, my friend, is you can go into because I don't have any of them built, so they're not going to be in here. You can get these envoys, and there's one other ship in here. That when you scrap them, they give you, instead of G2 parts, they give you G3. And there's another ship in here that does the same. I can't remember which one it is. It's been too long. But yeah, you can see how many. I mean, I've done some envoys just when we're at war. But some of these other ships that, look how many of those I could build from getting all the junk blueprints. And that's another stupid thing about this game. They give you these type of blueprints even in the G5 and G6 systems when you're grinding, which makes no sense because they just do nothing but pile up. And you can see right now I could build 3 of these Devores. Bunch of these Horizon. Horizon's another good ship to build to scrap and get like the ore and whatever, you know. I'm gonna see what other ship I'm close to of finishing. I might have another one I can build scrap later. This one might be one I might build for next weekend just to tear it up and scrap later on. See, the thing is, I don't want to build any G6 ships because it's going to hurt the ships that I'm tearing up now. But eventually I'm going to have to build this stupid Minerva just so I can, I got to research this lock behind having one, which is totally stupid, especially if you wanted to be a one faction guy. They also make it where you can't do that because you can't get the hazard research. I'll show you right here what I'm talking about. So I go into combat, You'll see one that I don't have any done to the hazard researches because I don't have a Minerva.
Just find it. It's going to be right in here somewhere. Where is it? Oh, right here. See, I've got to have a Minerva at tier 1 to be able to unlock this research. Why? See, I've got the other 2 ships. And I'm not going to go past tier 11 on either one of those ships. So that's where that's stuck. Okay. All right, now we need to see what we got in the drop boxes. It's not going to be like my normal, I don't think. Yeah. See, I would usually get about 6,000 any other one. I'd get 5 something and would get another 1,000 something with the loose boxes here. But it'll be enough for me to do something over here maybe. Let's look and see. Augment, go ahead and pull that. All right, let's go into the missions. Okay, I passed it. Do I have enough to do any of them? No. That didn't even give me enough to do the cadet one. This is the one I want. So I'm going to easily get the next one. And so what you have to do is I turn that loot from those boxes, toggle one of these missions, and they have various levels. And right now I'm hitting the second to the highest level, which is Warlord. And when I do, I get the Warlord one, I get this loot comes in it. Excuse me, these insignias, which is usually 4,000, and I redeem those, get those chests, and it gives me both con skill points, which is valuable. Also gives you a lot of augment faction points or rep points, and it also gives you this stuff to use to. Why did it take me all the way to Fed, back to Fed? Okay, you go over here where it says upgrade Jockaham. You see he uses that loot, and usually I can get. The next one you get, I'll get 40 pulls. I'll go here and use a slider, slide it all the way up. It'll give me 40 shards. So I've got 2 runs left, and I've got him completely tiered out. And then it uses the exact same. You can't see now, but I gotta wait till I get him up there. Once I get those shards, I have to use the exact same loot to tier him up, and that's going to be an astronomical number, just like that Trillium D was for Kara. It's going to take me probably 5 runs to get enough loot to finish him off, but what he gives me far as I think I got him in this ship now. Let's go ahead so no, I don't. I thought I put him in there. Oh yeah, I took him off because he didn't, because we needed egg pack shred. Okay. Let's go ahead and put that crew in here. Okay, now we're going to go up to the 68 system. I'm going to go ahead and do this so I don't have to search for it. It'll take me right to the 50 system, and I'll just move up. Okay, here we go. Now I can hit like 2 or 3. I can kill 2 or 3 up here in this 70 system, but it just doesn't give me enough loot, and I take too much hull damage. Whoops, put the wrong ship. Okay, I'll go here. And I'm actually going to use that ship, because I need to do some solos. So I'm going to go and do, go here and get my Armada crew. My Armada crew's missing a couple people, so I'm going to have to put some. Okay, let's put lower deck. Let's see who we got available. Let's go ahead and put him there. We'll put the doctor there. Sutter. I guess we could pick Q. We'll see how good we do. How much? Oh, let's get rid of that guy. That guy won't help me at all. Okay. Let's see who we can get. What's her? I've never seen what her. Oh, repairs. I don't need that. I need some punch. Let's see where Tindy and Mariner is. Yeah, let's put Tindy there. And we'll put Mariner instead of him. That should help us. I don't know if that's going to be as good as my normal Armada crew, but need to hurry though. Let's find that zigzag system. Where they're at. Come on, where's it at? No, that's that. That's the deal for the. Oh, here we go. I'm gonna let the Reb do what it's supposed to be doing. Because I do need to do some of those solos so I can pull that loot to tear it up higher. Now I know guys that are all into that, but it's really you can get some mats in there and some of that side pull, but pretty much it's only a loot for the stupid little ship itself. But we got guys in my alliance that are doing those. They just replace the Stella. That's all it's done, and it has about the same value as the Stella. The only benefits you get is you get some pulls from those deals, that you get some parts and some mats, but if you wanted to skip something in the game, that could be something you could skip and not really hurt you at all. I didn't buy the ship when it came out during the Arc. I didn't even do any of the events for it in the Arc, even though I could have sent a regular ship up here and been a part of it. I didn't engage with that, and I didn't engage with the relativity thing either. Just because I was not happy that we had to have to engage with the content. You had to have the ship, and for it to be relevant to somebody my level, I was going to have to spend $300 or $400 to tear it up. No, thank you on that. But you know what? It's been really easy to tear up, though. I think I've spent $100 total on it, and it was for these weekly packs. One of them, it was because I wanted to, because I was close to getting the tier 3 to it, and I went ahead and bought it. And the other one was for combat arenas. It wasn't even really for it.
I needed, I wanted a pack that wasn't a full $100 pack, and I needed 1,700 multiphasic credits to get the task. So I ended up buying that $70 pack and that $50 weekly pack, but it was for relativity parts, so it did not relativity, rev, whatever. I mean, I get those ships mixed up, but for the rev. So I have spent $100 total on the ship, and I've got it to tier 13. And like I said, like one of them wasn't even really for the ship. It was for the multiphasic credits. Because I can be honest with you, I don't see a big value in them. Let's see who this is. I don't see a big value for those ships. You don't know. You really don't know what think about the Stella Loop. The Stella Loop is, I mean, for someone your level, yeah, but for anybody that's tier 40 or above, they're still doing that is really stupid. Because there's not really, I mean, they make you early on engage with the content through the missions, the inline missions and stuff, but there's, to me, that it's a time waste for low players. That is my, because there's nothing really in, there's a few efficiencies in there, but I don't know how valuable they are with all the primes and other stuff that are in the game now. I don't know how valuable they are, because that's a year one content of the game. I mean, everything's been so watered down, you know, that most of that research in that tree's not worth anything. Especially if you've done none of it, okay, you might, but once you start engaging with some of the other stuff, it's all going to be negated by the newer stuff, if that makes any sense. Because I'll tell you a story. I had my Stella like tier 4 or 5 up until I was mid 50s. I didn't engage with the content. When the events have forced me to do the exchange crap, I always used my warship instead of the stupid Stella. And well, we had the schemers on my server all got together and decided they were going to make this mega alliance where the 4 biggest alliance decided they were going to form a coalition whatsoever. So we couldn't raid them. We couldn't fight PvP. It was you know, that kind of thing, which really screwed up our server. We lost a bunch of, at least in my alliance, some of my favorite players I used to play here at night with, that I would be talking to them on the stream while we're doing this. I didn't have this then, but we would have definitely been communicating on the stream together on here. And what's going on? My ship is stuck. See if I can get it to start again. There it goes. I mean, I had to undo the thing because it was stuck. That's one thing about that artifact thing that gives you the queue thing. It'll get stuck every once in a while. There were sometimes where I had to refresh the localization to get it fixed. But let's go in there. I think my reb is there, but let me go back into the research tree. I got to go through the buildings. I've got stuff I don't want to speed up right now because I don't have all the helps on yet. So we'll go into the research. Now, all these guys that kept arguing this was worth everything was for these researches at the very back here for the titanium and the dilithium. Okay, when you get into like tier 50s, the cost of dilithium for your research is freaking insane. So the freebooter thing had already happened. So I'm the only person I know that finished this without ever scrapping a Stella. Because I used the freebooter thing like I showed you on the Devar. It has a deal too where it gives you Stella parts. So I went in here, finished, tiered out my Stella in 1 week with all the crap I had laying around, and mostly was waiting for cooldowns. Had all the resources, but I had to wait for the cooldowns. And once I did that, I went in here and finished this in a month and a half. And the thing I was looking for was this right here. It says it gives you a 40. It used to not say Sigma on that. This is new. Gives you a 40% bonus. Well, I had this monster research that in those days you're tier 50 stuff everything's in the billions. You can say, well, you got trillions now, but that wasn't the economy then. The economy was billions, and billions would have been more. The billion I needed to do this one research in the research tree would have been more. If you put the inflation together, it was more than this 12.9 trillion in retrospect, because you were earning millions from all the events and stuff, but I can't remember what it was. So I said, man, I'm gonna go ahead and do this, get this research that all of you guys have been talking about are so valuable. These two in the back. So I get it. I max it out. I've got it all the way up there, and I'm ready to do the last one. And then I'm looking at it. I look at my research. I'm thinking, man, I'm going to get this 40% now. And then when I click on it, I saw zero difference. None. Oh, I was pissed. But early on, there are some researches that are decent in here that don't cost Stella parts. You can engage with it, like this is this for Botany Bay. There's one I think there's one for that regular ship too, in here. There's some in here for I don't know. It's been so long since I engaged with. There are some that affect all your ships. Oh, here you go. Here's one. This one here is good. This one here is good. Then there are other ones in here. This will help you. You can see I never even did this one because it loot for equips for Stella. My Stella I didn't need, so I didn't ever finish it. But everything else in here is done. But this is a time waste for free to play and low players. This is all this is. So they can feel relevant in a game that they're not. And I got a guy in my alliance who's an Ops 70. It's still doing stuff on the Apex Thursday. And I laugh every time I see him start those armadas. Like, dude, there's literally nothing in that thing that helps you at all. Why the hell are you doing this, you know? And, okay, so we need to go do these. But that's the thing about it. There are things in this game that, like the Stella, and I will say probably this loot too. But there are some things I can get off of this that can help my game right now. And I will do them. Like, I'll show you. I want to see how good this is. This crewing. I got a kind of a makeshift crew below deck. I'm going to see I can usually do about 5 or 6 of these on one hole when I got my regular crew on here, but I want to see what this does with a kind of a borrowed makeshift. Okay, yeah, I got a lot more hole damage. At least I didn't die. I can probably do 3 of these and repair and come back. I'm not gonna let time out while I'm doing this, but yeah, I just put strong deals in some of the crew that I need in that crew is in this ship here. But I can do about 6 or 7 at tier 13 with the ship, which I was surprised it was that powerful. And a lot of it has to do because it's an interceptor, and I got all this interceptor research for this ship. It transfers over to the Rev as well. So you may not get the same results, is what I'm saying, because it benefits because my main ride is the interceptor, and it's also an interceptor. But I wish I would have done it. I got sucked into a bunch of some of the loops that some of these loops are valuable. Some of them are not. Some of them are time waste. And some of them don't really help you until you get further on into the loop too. That's another factor too to think about. Why can't you upgrade lower ships usable in I don't understand what you're asking. Well, yeah, you can upgrade the lower ships and punch up. Like, I was still using my Ops 60 ship. Oh, see, I lost. Dang, I'm only gonna get 2 of them. I was using my Ops 60 ship up until Ops 67, grinding the hostels. I just had to move my ship, station my ship up. Let's see. See, I would station my Rotaran into systems like, no, it's this one here. This one here where the ore, this has got a station thing. I would go up here and hit these hostels with my Ops 60, but I had mine tiered out. You can punch up, but it starts getting limited once you get past that because of these hazard systems that are here, and plus I can't send my Rotaran into any of these systems because it doesn't have the warp range. So then I started using my Borg cube instead of the Rotaran because it was cheaper to repair. I mean, there are strategies you can use. You can use your lower ship if it's high tiered, especially the epics. The epics are going to transcend their ops range. Let's say like you can use your epic 34 ship up into your low mid 40s, and then you can use that. Like I said, I was continually crushing people's ship with that Haicha, which is the Ops 50 ship. No, yeah, the Ops 50 ship. I was getting the mid level, even some lower tiered rare 50 ships with that ship. You know, you can punch up. You just got to know what you're doing crew wise. But some ships have stupid low max caps. Yeah, you're still dealing with those. You're still dealing with with what I call the research ships, with the ones that you get through the research tree. Once you get to the faction ships, they're a different ball game. I mean, to me, none of the research ships are any good. That's why I bought the or I got the jellyfish during uh, the first couple of event stores for my nephew. But I rode that jellyfish all the way up to 26, and I was able to effectively grind in the Romulan system using it to get the D3 for my nephew. And one ship that we didn't have, because it came in later in the game for us on our server, was the Tally. You could use that Tally. I mean, hell, I was using the Talios up until Op 60. Yeah, the IS jelly's scrappable, and that's a strategy that some people use to get those explorer parts. Um, for the G5, that is a good strategy right there. Is to build those and scrap them. I don't do any. I've got one. I built one just because we I had a bunch of because I don't have anything to do with going the where's it at? Is it here? Don't territory. See, I don't have anything to do with this. Uh, I don't have anything to do with this. The loot that you get with this anymore. So I've been building jellyfishes for the hell of it, just to get rid of it. Because I've got all the research done in that tree, and I actually even bought just to get rid of some of it. Bought some stupid frames and crap that's in there that I would never get, but I wanted to get rid of it. I mean, I think I had like 60 million of that shit that I couldn't do anything with. So I just started spending it on stupid stuff. That research tree definitely needs next one needs to be upgraded and put new research in because basically I make those pulls for my alliance. I don't do it for myself because there's nothing in that thing that helps me at all. Let's see. Let me go back in there. Let's find it. Here we go. No, that's the hanger. Go research. Yeah, this is the one they need to revamp next. Because I don't have anything in here I can do. I'm done with it, and I've got. See if it tells me. Yeah, it just tells me it's maxed. I want to see if there's any of these little prime things I didn't do where it matched to. Oh, here's one. You can see I've got. This is the secondary. I didn't do this because I never built that ship. That's an obsolete ship. It actually was when our server came in. It was like a year one thing. Because once you get a 34 epic ship, it crushes these ships like tomato cans. But when you're a low server, but the problem is they're very expensive to upgrade. But know that they have a very, 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 very short shelf life. Once the guys on your server gets the 34 ship and have it up to about tier 4, tier 5-ish, these are just this is something that's going to cost you a bunch of money to upgrade and to repair.
Gosh, I don't have anything in here I can show you how much of this loot I got. But I had like 6 million last time I looked. But I was high as almost 70 million at one time. Then I started going in here and buying these stupid frames and stuff that's in here. Yeah, like this stupid crap like his right here. Like I would never buy that. But I just never had, I didn't have anything to do anything with it. But this one needs upgrade. This needs an update like nothing else, because your alliance needs you to make those pulls so you can do the fences. Even though I tried to argue with the guys that we really don't need a territory, because I mean some of our lower players do, but like I said, they wouldn't be in the alliance if I was the admiral anyway. But anywho, so I've been buying those jellyfish things in that territory store just to get rid of those stuff, because I am making pulls every day. And you can also, that's another thing the X-Borg faction can do for you. You can go in here, and I'll make a pull. That's one I will make a pull for. Let's go X-Borg. Go down to the Meridian. You can see I get all this stuff without mining it. You see right here, I'll do this every other day. And it keeps that refinery full, and I'll make a full pull on all 3 of them every day for the alliance. And there are a bunch of them in here, like I told you. Here's the Stella one. You go in here, you make this, you do this. I'll just make a pull for the hell of it. Just show you how much of these Stella parts you get. You get all this loot to keep that store going on, and you get all this reputation right there. That's what I did. I never scrapped a Stella and finished the loot by doing just that. And going in there and doing a couple of those armadas every once in a while. So anybody, I would say anybody that's an Ops 50 or higher that's still engaging with that, man, I don't understand why. That's something you can just cross off your list and not have to deal with every week. And like I won't even do these ticket events now. I used to do them all. I used to buy the tickets. Like once a month I'd buy the tickets, and I'd be good for a month. I would come in here and I forgot to do this one today. Oh well, I don't care. Well, no, I'll go ahead and I'll send an ore miner out. Or I might still have one out. Let's see. Did I call them all back? I think I did. No, I still got one, so that won't count for this one. Okay, so I used to do those all the time, and they would make you do the exchange crap. And but then I just said, you know, why am I doing this? I looked at it and said, let me find it. I think it's the one that spawns today. But I'll use this Gorn one for the same deal. See, I could have done that from what I was doing a while ago and clicked that, but now I can see doing this if you're doing the loot, if you're doing what I just did a while ago and you wanted to do that. I didn't know I was going to do that today. I was just spitballing the idea that I came up with with the discovery. But I look at that stuff. Is it something I want to engage with? Is it enough loot in that thing? And if the answer is yes, you do it anyway. But if the answer is no, I don't really need
that resource. I'm good. Then it saves you some time that you can spend like right now. This is not earning me any loot. This is getting me the loot that I need to advance one of my officers. Now, if I'm busy doing something stupid that not going to really help, this is going to help me in the game. This is going to help me both PvE and PvP because Jockum's isolytic defense works on both. He's a dual player, which I think makes him a very valuable player in the game. Is he top 5? I don't think so, but he does replace Pella or the Cat Doctor off my main ship, though. That should tell you something. But they do a lot of stuff that are just time waste, and part of it's Mr. Tiger. He puts a bunch of time waste stuff in the game that are questionable whether they have value to you as a player or not. Now, there's some things that in the game that I'm not a farmer. I don't want to play Star Trek's Farmsville on this game. Do I mine for stuff? Yes, because it's a necessity. Every little bit helps type of situation. Is it my main purpose in the game? No. Like some of the guys in my alliance laugh that I mine as much as I do now because I never did it before. I'd go out and take it. I was one of the most notorious OPC hunters on my server up until 60. Because that's what I would, because I worked nights and I would go out like 3 in the morning and start searching these mining systems for people who left their miners out overnight and then just take their shit. My saying was, if you're OPC, then you're mining for me. I used to get all kinds of hate mail. Man, I'm doing this for the event. And I said, no, if you're OPC, you're mining for me, bro. Have better mining discipline. Like, because of the whole deal with G6, you would have never seen me that OPC on any of my ships before that. That just never happened. Because mostly I only mined enough to clear my daily. But I'm going to go ahead and fill this ore one all the way to the top for that ticketed event. I didn't even look at those today. Today's been a kind of a weird day because of how I slept. Because last night was pretty rough. I was kind of wound up when I got off work, couldn't go sleep right away. I did that early stream and then I went to sleep. And then I woke up about 11 o'clock. I need to go back to sleep again here in a minute, but I'm going to see if I can get enough to get him close, and then tomorrow I'll put him over the top. I was wanting to do it all tonight, but I don't think I'm going to. I'm starting to get sleepy again. What is my favorite daily missions? I don't really have them. They're just stuff that you're used to doing. What I'll do is I usually do like I'm doing right now, where I'll have these miners set up, ready to pull about midnight, and then I'll go in and get my cube, and I'll go do the faction missions for the faction credits and the points. And then I'll usually go hit the freebooters to finish it out. And one of the beauty things early on, especially as a low player,
is what I do is I got all three factions. I'm getting dailies for all three of them, and it makes you clear that daily a lot faster. But it's very hard to do. Your level at 20, I would only focus on one until at least I got that first ops 26, and then you can say, okay, now I think I'm just going to hit Romulan hostiles. That way it's going to give me Federation reputation, and Klingon and Federation, whatever one you pick, and stay with that. Now there is a I don't think you're going to get it, but once you get probably 26 or so, you're going to get a set of events between every arc that's called Faction Hunt. And it's going to ask you to hit all three factions. Well, you're going to have to take that with a grain of salt, because when you hit, say Klingon is my main jam. Well, if I go into try to clear the Federation faction, I got to hit Klingon. Well, I'll start losing my reputation. And I remember somebody telling me that, well, you're going to hit all three, so it's going to all even out. No, not really. Because once you hit those milestones, they take away faction reputation. So I'm saying until you get the first lock, I think the first lock is 100 million. When you get to 100 million and you can lock one of them out, then there's no problem, because you need to lock all three of them out. So that way, then once you do that, then you can go to town on an event like that and get all those crazy amount of faction credits that you get. But otherwise, you're going to set yourself back in the game for the faction credits, and I don't think they're worth it. So what I used to do when I was working on reputation for one of them, I would not do the opposite one. Like, I think it's Federation hits Romulan. Federation hits Klingon. Klingon hits Romulan, and Romulan hits Federation. And you just have to say, well, I'm working on Federation. Well, you're not going to be able to clear the Klingon one. Because if you do, you're going to set yourself back in reputation. Now, there are in both on the border of, I gotta find them here. There's some border systems that you go in here and you see these and you look in here and it tells you it doesn't have it's something that doesn't show reputation. Now, I had a guy that claimed, well, you can go in here and it won't hurt you, but the milestones will. But if you just have to do it, come in these systems so you don't get the reputation burn. I think you get them on here, though. Let's see, I'll show you. I'll show you what I'm talking about. You go into another system, regular system like this one. Now, he's a lower player guy, so stick with me. He is something he's learning here. Okay, you see right here, the green arrow up for Federation, green arrow up for that, and down on the Romulan. So you look right here, and you get bonus 12 for what?
Okay, this is Romulan. It's blue. Usually these systems are green in the Romulan, so that kind of threw me. I thought, why does it tell me Federation? But you see right here, you get your rewards. You get 6 and 12 but you get a negative 22. So you get you lose a lot of rep when you go against your when you go against your faction by doing those. So you've got to be really, really careful on managing it. Now there are content creators who do this thing where they say, "Well, I'm dual grinding. I'm going into this system, hitting this one," and then they actually lose reputation on the other one, trying to build the other one up. That's a stupid deal. So what you need to do is the easiest one to build reputation for in the game is Federation because of one system in the game. It's one that's not supposed to be here, but they just never fixed it type thing. Let's go into we got to go into Klingon. And that's one reason why the Federation is more favored than some of the other ones. Let's see if I can find it. Here we go. But you've got to have a ship that's powerful enough to come up here and grind. No, that's a 40s. I need the 39. I went up too high. Okay, let's see if we can find it. Okay, it should be right. Usually it was one of those ones that always lit up when you. Okay. It's right on the edge. Okay, that's 40 space. I'm almost to the point where I'm going to go. Where is it at? Here we go, right here. This is the magic one for Federation. There is not a one for Klingon or Romulan, anything like this. There's these transport ships here in this system. This is like a mid-40s system that they cut and paste and put here when they added systems to the game, and they forgot to change the values. As you can see, you saw how little, you look over, look at this. And then if you use your reputation officers on top of this, you can grind out your first tier of lockout really quick in here. You can do it in over a weekend. But first, like, he doesn't have a ship right now that he can even think about coming in here and grind. But when he gets his, I did it with a Burrell, which was the is it the Ops 31 ship? The Klingon Explorer. You could easily do it with a Burrell. Now the one below it, I can't remember what the name of that ship. I could do it, but I took mega hull damage. But the Burrell could come up here very easily and crush these, or at least mine could. But this is the key on getting that first lock for Federation. Is this system? I wish I could tell you one for the Klingon and one for the Romulan, but they don't exist. What I would do for those is wait until I could go into mirror space where I could get all three. But he's away from mirror space. But he's closer to these than he will be the hostiles in those systems. But that's one reason why the Federation is so favored, especially in those 34 ships, because it's so easy to go up here and get the reputation that you need to unlock those blueprints by this system right here. But I don't know. I don't know what the entry level of mirror is, but mirror is the way to, in today's game, how to do it. But back when we came in, the game was like maybe a year. When I came in, the game was like a year and a half old. And at that time and place, that was the key. Was what I did is I grinded out my Klingon first, got the first lockout, then I did Federation, and because I'm doing Klingon, I'm getting reputation for both Romulan and Federation, but Federation is the primary. So when I locked out Federation, I was real close on the Romulan too, so I just went into, now that I had Fed space locked out, I went into Fed space and popped the crap out of a bunch of the highest system I could go to and do it, and finished it. That was the strategy back then. The strategy now would be getting a ship strong enough where you can go into I would say, let's see, probably Desica. Desica's the first one, I think. Now there are some in the, I haven't grinded, I won't know, some of you guys might be able to tell me, but there is this one. No, let's see, is it that one? Yeah, here's this one of 40. And I'm not real sure whether, since it's a transport, you might be able to grind reputation in this system too. But the better reputation's on this in here. I know, because that's where I did it. I locked out my Federation and my Romulan in these two systems. I was already really close in my Klingon. I was like more than halfway on the last tier. So I did that the old-fashioned way in faction space. But the rest of these, I took Romulan from 1 billion to 500 billion, and I took wherever the 60 lockout is for Federation, all the way up to 500 billion here. So this is the new mechanic is going in here. Like I said, you may be able to, the lower players may be able to go in this 40, and see now it gets up to like 45 right there. But once I got to where I was easily killing these, I would move up into Desica. I wouldn't go in. I'm sure that because those are not going to be as high as these. But that's how I would do reputation in today's game. But when you're his level, you're still going to have to do it the old-fashioned way in the faction space. But once I was able strong enough to kill these, then faction space is gone forever. Except for my daily stuff I have to do. I have to kill some for the dailies. All right, let's get back into this. All right. Yeah, because I didn't, be honest with you guys, I didn't plan to be a multi-faction player once I got this G6. I was only going to do Klingon, to be honest with you, because I kind of figured that the Krechna was going to be the king of the epic ships, because that's the way it kind of rolled with all the other epics. Except, I'll say for the 34 Enterprise, unless you know how to crew the D4, your Enterprise is going to kick your ass.
but it doesn't really happen on the other ones, like the Enterprise A and the Haicha. I ate the Enterprises up. Not many people had them. Number one, because a lot of your content creators, oh man, skip it and go right to the common in 42. Well, the common in 40, usually those commons, like even the G4, the G4, the G5, and the G6, they don't get real good until you tear them up. And usually, the Klingon battleship is the only one that's decent. The other ones are now, because of the cube, the Federation Interceptor is a little niche thing because you can use it to kill the cube. But I don't think once you went against a Navarre versus the Akura, even though they've got the battle triangle in their favor, they're not very good. I don't think I've lost to an Akura with my Navarre. I just don't, and I don't ever remember my Katinga or my Vorcha. I don't ever remember losing to one of those ships. Unless they were grossly out-tiered me, you know what I'm saying? That there's no way on earth I should win it, you know. Except for something like that, but evenly tiered ships, I don't think I ever lost to one. So that you hear these guys will say, man, just skip the ship, go to the common of the next deal. Don't do that. Because you'll be able to use that epic ship to punch up a lot higher on the hostiles. You'll be able to do a few other, you know, it's and plus you're playing the game. You want to enjoy these ships. Like I said, I wished I would have stayed around and got to use the high chill a little bit more. But when I was at Op 60 and I already had enough blueprints for both of those ships, for the Akura and the Navarre. So I even though I prepared myself for going to G6, like I said in the video, I wished I would have stayed to 60 and maybe a couple of months longer. Not because I needed to game-wise, just so I could have more fun with that ship. Because I had a lot of fun with the other epics. Let me tell you that. The Mayflower is a really bad ship. The Sally is a good ship. It might be the best. The Sally and the Enterprise, the first Enterprise, that 34 ship are both the two best ships in the Federation. The battleship's not that great. But yeah, the Sally's one that you would definitely needs to be one that you need. You can carry that sucker all the way up into your Enterprise. I had my friend that no longer plays in the game, that was his favorite ship. Because we got stuck at 39 for a long time. They waited a long while for us to ascend, so we got a lot of play with our 34s. And he used to raid bases with his Sally. That was his base cracking ship back in the day. Oh, Rod, I miss that dude. He had some real life stuff that came up, but he would probably have quit during the Mega Alliance too, because that took his whole game away. I lost a lot of good friends in my alliance that we used to raid and do PvP against higher players together, and I miss those dudes and her, yeah, and Cammy too. Yeah, me and Cammy would talk all night in chat. Even when I wasn't in this alliance anymore, I guarded her base for the longest time. Until she finally just quit. She had like a real problem pregnancy, and then she had some issues with some of her kids, and she just finally had to quit playing. I told her shit that I hadn't told anybody. She was a good friend. I miss not her not being in the game. But yeah, we used to have a lot of fun, man. When in the alliance back in the day, we used to have a group of us that all played at night, and when we'd find loaded bases, we would tell each other, and if we found our enemies online, we would definitely pop cords to each other. It was a fun time. Now it's just like I go in my alliance now. It's the guys uh, doing armadas all night long. And that's about it. Then them griping at low at certain players that's what they want. They don't understand that. And I try to tell them, man, why do you keep talking about these dudes? You're giving them what they want. Just go out there and pop his ass, you know. Don't don't gripe in channel. Don't whine about it. Just go find the dude, pop his base, pop his ships, handle it. But they don't realize those roach type players. That's what they want. They want to upset your game, give them all the attention that they want in your AC. They don't understand that because that's all they want. That's their game. They don't understand that. So what I do in that situation, if I got somebody like that that's like popping my ships, I just even the score. I've made more than a few players quit this freaking game. Instead of whining about it in GAC, you know. And that's usually what I see on my end right now. None tonight, luckily. No whining tonight, but usually it's usually the same 5 people. Instead of going out and handling business, they just got to whine about it. Well, I mean, it Ops 20, you're not gonna you shouldn't even think about PvP right now. You shouldn't really start thinking about PvP until you get your first faction ship, because none of those research ships are going to be good at it. They're mainly PvE ships, to be honest with you. Now you can crew them, but you don't at Ops 20 you don't have the officers yet. I mean, dude, just pick goals for yourself. Say, I want to get X ship. Focus on that. Make you some friends in the game, and go on. Don't worry about some of this other stuff until you get to it. But the easiest way to be successful in this game is planning, planning, planning. And when Scopely throws you a curveball with something that they do in the game, then you have to adjust on the fly. Like I said, play chess and not checkers. That's the way to go. At Ops 20, I wouldn't even think about PvP. Now, when you get that first faction ship, then you can start, okay, who do I need to make this ship good? And you focus trying to get those officers, whatever mechanic that's open for you to get those guys. But right now, I don't know at Ops 20 if any of this stuff is even relevant to you, because the one thing that they don't do, they don't open some of these events until you get a certain level. Like this whole thing that they put in the game for these officer depot tokens is a game changer for a bunch of us, because we're able to tier out a bunch of these officers that were, sometimes 4, 5, 6 arcs back, and it has for me. I've got like my PvP crew for this one. I've got almost all of them tiered out now, below deck. See, then that's when you worry about, that's when you focus on the PvP part of it. But right now, what you want to do is get you the best crew that you can do to hit the highest hostile that you could possibly can efficiently. That should be the main focus for an Ops 20 player in the game right now. And like I said, make you a plan. That's when I did mine. Like Ops 22, I planned myself all the way to Ops 60, and I didn't go very far from deviate from the plan. Like I said, Scopely threw me a few curveballs. Like when they started selling reputation to the lazy players, that kind of changed some things. And then when they brought in the strike team officers, that made getting ships to counter your enemies important is the one that you wanted, So those are little tweaks I had to make along the way, but pretty much I stayed with my, well, hey, I can be truly honest with you. I didn't up until I got like Ops 42. When I went from Ops 38 to Ops 42. That was the first time I spent any real money in this game. Otherwise, it was always battle passes, and I occasionally bought the faction pack where you got the, like if you notice, especially in your G3 ships, they're heavily like the Federation's going to be gas, the Klingon's going to be now my packs are not going to look anything like yours is. I'm going to show you these are the only two things I ever bought early on in the game, up until like maybe when I went because the reason I went from 38 to 42
because I realized, because it opened up where I could see my Katinga. Oh, did I hit one of those? I might have just not paid attention to my. Let's see how many of these. Oh yeah, I wasn't paying attention to my deal, but I got 140. That's the most I've ever got. Let's see. So I got. You can see the difference in the drops, and that's not even all of them. So that's going to be enough for me to do the mission. But money, thing is a low player that I would invest in. I would buy the extra builder, and I would buy the extra researcher. And they're cheap. They're only like $5, $10. The battle pass I would do every time, and I wouldn't spend for the $100 one. I would do the cheap one. But then, like I said, every once in a while, especially when you get in the Ops 30s where you're doing the Burrell and or the, I don't remember what the Federation is, but you're doing the Ops the Ops 31 and the Ops. You will need to maybe every once in a while buy one of these packs. Like yours is going to look a lot different than mine because I'm where I'm at. But you go into the faction, and there's going to be these type of. Let's see if this is the right one. Yeah, this isn't. There's going to be this is a rep. This is a rep one. This is not what I'm looking for. Okay, let's go back. I went back too far. Maybe it's in the officer one. They changed this up from back in the day. Let's see, officers. Okay, this ultra pack. You got one for each faction, and it gives you a bunch of these credits to help you get blueprints. And it also gives you, mainly it gives you all these crystal that you're going to need for like your D4 or your Burrell or whatever. And it also gives you a crap load of these. So this is as a low player, this is one of the best packs in the game for you. But where you're at right now, as a 20, I wouldn't even think about buying these because what you get in this pack is going to be not worth it. But when you get up into I would say like 31 or not, this is something to look at. But I didn't buy these every time I needed one. I mean, I had to grind some of that shit out. But say I needed 1,000 G3 crystal to tear out my ship. I would occasionally buy it, but it wasn't like every weekend. That whole thing with this thing right here, with the leaderboard event for the officer, like I'm competing right here, that was not even in my wheelhouse. That was not in my wheelhouse at all. I didn't even get that until the strike team came. When I went after Leanne, I had so many resources that I won. I had my Leanne almost a tier 4 by that arc because I won 2 out of the 3 and came in second in the other one. And because I had all those resources built up all that time. But that's not even in your wheelhouse. What you want to do is you want to focus on getting you a ship that you can grind, you can do PvE with, the highest hostiles possible to get the most loot and most reputation. And then you want to do the battle pass because I don't care what level you are at, the battle pass is worth I guess it's $20 for the. Don't buy the elite one. The elite ones most of the time, especially at that level, is not going to be worth it. But I would buy the battle pass every arc, and buy the builders to get you the extra builders to help you grow faster, and buy the extra researcher. You do that, then you're gonna be okay. And then when you get, I'd say when you get to the upper levels of 30s, the upper 30s, or like around where you can get that epic. If you want to spend money, then more power to you. But lower level, I wouldn't, because what you're going to get for your $100, versus my $100, I get way more than what you do, and it's unfair that your $100 doesn't have the same buying power as my $100 does where I'm at op levels, but that's it. So I wouldn't give them any extra money because you're not getting the same amount of resources that I am. It's, as a higher player, or even in your economy. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying don't spend. That there are things that you can spend that will help your game, like the builders and the research and the battle pass and the treasury. If the treasury, you can look and see what's in it, see if it has stuff that will help you. Treasury be worth spending on. Battle free to play. Damn. Yeah, but I'm still saying that if you're gonna spend any time playing the game, whether you want to call yourself free to play or not, buy the builder, buy the research thing. It'll make your life so much easier. Like, I went the longest time. Let me find mine. Let me pull this thing. I went the longest time with just 3. I didn't buy this 4th one until I went G6, because you see I got all these ones. It takes these long ass time, and I don't have the speed ups or I don't want to spend the lat, so I can let these time out while I've got free ones for the gimmick buildings or whatever, that are easier to tier up. But that helped me get to 70. Getting this extra one helped me get to 70. Mirror space helped me get to 70 because I was able to grind these speed ups that are the biggest log jam in G6 space. The Sigma resources are on that list, but there's nothing a bigger log jam and a slowdown for you as these speed ups, because you could see, $81 million in lat to speed this up and finish it, and I still will have 6 hours left. But I can go into mirror space and get like 30, 15-hour ones and whittle that way the hell down. I'm just not doing that right now because I'm taking a break from it, because right now all I have is to finish are these really non-essential buildings. I'm building to 70 because these do nothing for me. But in the game, they make you upgrade A and B. All 4 of these buildings right here, they make you upgrade those every level. I mean, not every level, but there'll be a palm where you have to bring it to the current level of every time. There'll be like the monster upgrade. So I'm just doing this because I've got this para. If I didn't have the para steel, I wouldn't do it. But once I get done with this one, I'm done. Because these little gimmick buildings don't take that much. You're looking at very little of this stuff. So I'm done until G7. You know what I'm saying? That's the only reason I'm doing them. But as a low player, the thing that I would focus on, like I said, the battle pass, try to get that every arc. I would get those builders, and occasionally buy the treasury if there's something in there that's going to help you. Sometimes there's not. Sometimes it's just a bunch of mats and stuff that will help you, but it's not a must. Because I don't think I've bought every treasury that's come this way, even at my level. But I got my next one's free, so it's going to be. I'm getting one no matter what it is, you know. So, but that's the thing about it. You got to look. Everything's got to be. You got to look from your lens, not from mine. Mine's different than yours. But I will. The one advice that I will tell you is go ahead and invest in buying those builders and that extra research. Or I would go all three if it was me, but at least one extra one, because it'll take you forever and a day to tear up with just one each. But like my nephew, I bought my nephew one of each. And then I bought him, what else? I bought him something else. And then the rest of it, I haven't even bought the battle pass on it because he's 5 years old and it doesn't matter to him whether he's pounding level 15 hostiles or 60 hostiles. But most of the time he wants to play mine. He got where he wanted his own, and then I got him his own, but now he'd rather play mine. So I have to take my system and take any ship that he can get out of that system off the deck. Otherwise, he'll be starting wars because he loves blowing ships up. Even though I've convinced him if he does hit a blue player that he'll lose points. That's the only way to stop him because he's the most competitive little kid I ever met. And but when we're at war with somebody and I hit one of their defenses, I let him do it, and I tell him now you can hit all the blue ones you want. And I said make sure they got the red dot on them, and he said I can hit any of them with a red dot. And I go, yeah, you can hit all of them with a red dot. And he just went to town, thought that was the greatest thing ever. And yeah, so the most dangerous thing in the world for a little bit was a 5-year-old with a Kretschna. Because he loved every minute of that. Now, as an older brother at 7, he likes to mine and do all kinds of stuff. I taught him how to do the missions, and that's more his gig. But the 3-year-old and the 5-year-old, no, they like watching ships blow up. And so I got to rig it to where they're not going to start a war with because there are people who use that excuse. Oh, my 5-year-old hit your UPC miner, you know, or whatever. People use that stupid excuse. But yeah, there's a guy that like on our server, if you post like an unshielded base in GC, that would definitely put the KOS on your alliance. And one guy did that the other day, and he claimed that his 5-year-old did it. Yeah, right. A 5-year-old's gonna know how to. That 5-year-old's gonna know how to post somebody's base in GC, right? But the people in my alliance bought it. I'm like, well, that's bullshit, man. I've got a 5-year-old. He's not gonna care about posting somebody's base and an alliance in in GC. He's not gonna care.
Yeah, I need to get some sleep too, man. But this is, let me go. I'm gonna do this one other thing. I'm gonna go ahead and do this thing with Giacomo and kind of finish it. Show you what you have to do with this. It'll just take one hostile hit. I got to go to this. So you go in here, unlock this mission, and there it is right there. It takes 9,000 of those drop box loot. So I do this, and then the mission's gonna pop up when I leave here. And there's one hostile. And it's right next to your base. So you just go out there, hit it. Boom. Okay. And then you donate the battle report to their archives. And if you don't, it just stays there until you do. So there's no. So you get 4,000 of these insignias. Then you take these insignias. You can use it to do Giacomo stuff, or you can do research in the shuttle bay or shuttle missions or whatever. So you go in here. I go in here and I get this. I go to the upgrade right here, and instead of having to do that, I'm going to go ahead and use the slider. 4,000, which is going to give me 8,000 of these points for him, some augment points for which I'm already tiered out. That's not going to matter, but it also gives me some very valuable con skill points. So then I go find his icon, upgrade him, and then I'll do the same. I'll take it up to 8,000. One more. That's going to buy me 40 shards. And so now I need 8 shards to finish him. Or at least get him to where I can tear him up. I'm going to have to get some more of that loot to finish it. But you can see, pretty much, I only unlocked this a few days ago to where I could do him. And it took me less than a week to take him to tier 5. And basically, because all I got to do is go back in there and hit a handful of hostiles, enough to make, let's see, there's 20. So I need to get 1,000, no, wait a minute, 1,600 of this loot stuff to finish it out. And that'll be pretty easy. But anyway, so I'm going to go to sleep too, because I need to get up. I'm going to go to church in the morning, and I need to go crash for a few hours. So I'm going to come on later in the day, because we're supposed to get some big rain tomorrow and Monday. I was going to try to go fishing one day this week, but looks like it's not going to happen. So until next time.